بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, and may God's peace and blessings be upon his prophet. Your Excellencies,
الحضور الكريم السلام عليكم ورحمة
may
الله
God's peace be upon you.
يسرنا اليوم
It is our pleasure today to start the second day of our meeting, the seventh forum of promoting peace in Muslim societies, and it is being held under the title of the values post-corona era, the spirit of the ship's passengers. In this session, we are going to be looking at emergency jurisprudence, rulings, and wisdom. And it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Omar Habtour Ad-Darai, the member of the Emirates Council of Fatwa, for moderating this session. Thank you in the name of God. Peace be upon you all, and peace be upon God's prophets, and may his blessings be upon his prophet Muhammad, his companions, and his family. Ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace be upon you. You are all welcome to this fourth session of this virtual conference of the Forum for the Promotion of Peace in its seventh round, and it is held under the title of the Values Post-Corona, and it is under the auspices of His Excellency Abdullah bin Zayed and His Excellency Abdullah bin Baya. May God keep them both from all harm. Your Excellencies, the UAE and its leadership have always affirmed that they are leading initiatives that are for the good of all. And our experience with COVID really deserves to enter history, because our country has shown a lot of readability to help wherever possible. And also on the internal side, the state made everything available for the residents of the Emirates to help them get over this crisis. Our initiatives also extended to outside our boundaries and our borders. We sent humanitarian aid to different countries, and we did all what we could to combat this pandemic. We are now reaping the fruit of this work. This is an international virtual conference. We have hundreds of religious leaders, of researchers, of academics, and the aim is to bring together all these different groups so that we can all reach the shore safely. The ship in all religions has always been seen as a metaphor or as a symbol for survival. And in the Emirates, we have always had a special relationship with the ship. It symbolizes our country, our homeland, where people went on board of ships to travel, to trade, to search for pearls, to fish. And our ship is guided by very important values. And this meeting is for us to send a message of solidarity to all. It is my pleasure to preside over or to moderate this session on emergency jurisprudence, rulings, and wisdom. And we would like to commend the cooperation between the Muslim League and the World League of Muslims and the IFTA Council in the Emirates. There is no doubt that the world today is busy with what will happen after Corona in different aspects and fields. And the pandemic has had an impact on all aspects of our lives, our livelihoods, our psyche. It has even impacted our rituals, the pilgrimage, and everything that we do. It has impacted our families and our relationships with others. All this needs and requires us to work together. And despite how difficult the situation has been because of the pandemic, we can also try to see the silver lining. And this is what is pushing us today to work harder, to find solutions and look into our jurisprudence, dive deep and dig deep and try to find ways to help people to live in a dignified manner and to lead happy lives. And this is something that we can do when we adopt an approach of facilitating and making things easier for people. The jurisprudence post-corona is going to be a window and a lantern guiding people and helping humanity as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, the speakers in this session on emergency jurisprudence are great scholars and intellectuals. They are Sheikh Mohammed Mukhtar Wild Mbala, the head of Mauritania's Fatwa and Grievances Supreme Council and Forum for Promoting Peace, a trustee. Also, Dr. Ahmed Al Haddad, member of the Emirates Council for Fatwa in the UAE, Dr. Ibrahim Obaid Al Ali, member of the Emirates Council for Fatwa in the UAE, and Judge Abu Bakr Imam, the Sharia Court of Appeal Court in Nigeria, and Sheikh Dr. Abdullah Ali Salim, the former president of the Mauritanian Constitutional Council and Forum for Promoting Peace trustee from Mauritania, and His Excellency Abdullah Qadaq, who is the president of Abdullah Qadaq Consultancy Foundation and member of the executive board of the Muslim Council of Elders. So now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ahmed Al Haddad to take the floor. So go ahead, sir, the floor is yours.
The name of God, the most graceful, the most merciful. All praise and thanks be to God, and may His peace and blessings be upon His Prophet. I'd like to start with extending gratitude and thanks to Al-Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, Chairman of the Fatwa Council in United Arab Emirates and the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. I am going to give my intervention under the session of emergency jurisprudence, ruling and wisdom. I would like to talk to you very briefly about the impact of the corona pandemic on travel bookings and air flight tickets. This is all because this affects people's life. And we have received many questions in this regard. This is why we had to look into this matter from Sharia jurisprudence point of view, because it is our role to respond to the needs of people, and rulings and legislations should match and be compatible with the Islamic jurisprudence, because Islam is the main or the only source of jurisprudence. So in response to the questions we received in this regard, I would like to tackle this issue in brief, and I ask God to guide me in this intervention. So the corona pandemic, which is now known to everybody around the world now, this pandemic has spread all over the world, from the east to the west, from the north to the south, and it has spread all over the world in an unprecedented speed. It only took a year. It started in December 2019, and now we are in December 2020. And the World Health Organization in March 2020 as a pandemic. This pandemic has impacted contracts fulfillment and contract conclusions between shipment companies, between educational institutions, and other firms and institutions in our world. We could summarize all of these impacts in 6 forms. The first one, we are going to talk about the preliminary or pending bookings. The second one would be bookings or that have been accompanied with some sort of down payment. The third type is where some services have been delivered and the full payment was made. The fourth type I'm going to talk about is where the money paid has already been used. The fifth type is when the contract is still ongoing. And the sixth type is where the contract itself does not have an end yet. It's an open-ended contract. And I'd like to think that all the transactions we are seeing nowadays fall within one of these 2 categories. With the first category, when the booking is a preliminary and initial, it is rather easy to reach a judgment there, because you are still at a stage when you may cancel the contract under force majeure. And this is not a breach of contract, it is rather a requirement of a change in your circumstances, because this contract was only preliminary, was only initial, and has not been concluded. Imam Ghazali has something to say here. He, may God be pleased with him, said that you don't breach a contract unless this contract has been concluded. And if some circumstances that are unforeseen happen, you are exempted. And you are only guilty of breaching a contract when it's choice and you did not have any other choice in the matter. And if you breach a contract without any excuse, then you are guilty of breaching the contract. So in other words, Imam Ghazali was saying, unless it is force majeure, unless it's exceptional matter, you may not breach a contract. However, in this type, in this category, the circumstances are exceptional. This is why you may cancel this contract. Now, the second category, where you have already paid some of the money contracted, or you have put some down payment, the Prophet, may peace be upon him, has warned us against denying the refund of down payments, because when a contract is cancelled, it means that no services were delivered. Therefore, the reason of the down payment is now invalid and null. And it is a breach of God's teachings and his prophet's teachings to deny the refund of down payments, unless it was in the contract to keep that the seller or the service provider will keep the down payment. We have an example from the Islamic history between Umar, may God's blessing be upon him, and with a contract with one of the followers of the Prophet, where they had a contract, and the contract stipulated certain conditions to be followed when it comes to down payment. This is something that we see nowadays in the work environment, that you may cancel the contract by choice without any precautions. However, when we are in an environmental universal pandemic, then this is a different circumstances. You are asked to return down payments when such payments have been made. So you may not keep the down payment even if the contract has given you such powers, because we are in such exceptional circumstances. Now, the third category is when the contract has been concluded and all the money has been paid, but however, no services or goods were delivered. So if the buyer chooses to not use the services, to not use the goods, then it is on the buyer, and the seller has not done anything to prevent the buyer from using their services or their goods. So if canceling the contract is done by the buyer, then there is no wrong done by the seller. For example, if you rented your house or you rented your car to somebody who did not get around to using this house or did not get around to benefiting from the car, but then by choice, if they choose to not use the car, if they choose to not use the house, then this is their choice, and the seller is not in any fault. However, in the context of the coronavirus, when people who rented your car or rented a house from you are unable to use this product or this commodity because of the pandemic, then there is a different rule that applies here. And there's an example in a hadith by the Prophet, may God's peace be upon him, to make exceptional accommodations in here. The Prophet, may peace be upon him, said, if you sell fruit to your brother and then a calamity happened and your brother could not benefit from the fruit or could not eat the fruit, then you should make accommodation for that, because it was not by the seller's choice, it was by force majeure that forced the seller to not benefit or use the commodities or the services they bought.
فإنها تكون من ضمان البائع قطعا ولا يتحمل المشتري شيئا كما نص على ذلك الشافعية حيث قالوا فإن تلفت كلها بجائحة كحر وبرد.
As we know from other hadiths by the Prophet, if the commodity sold becomes invalid or rotten in the case of a fruit before it receives the buyer, then it is the seller's fault. However, if the seller did everything on their side and the buyer had intended to use the commodity or the services, yet something exceptional happened, like coronavirus pandemic, and they could not make it to the place they needed to be, or they could not travel, then Sharia says that they are entitled to some of their payment, because the reasons why they did not use the benefits they bought was outside of their control. This is something that we saw different airports and different airlines do. Certain airlines have refunded the buyers without any complications, and this is a point of fairness on the side of the company, of the airlines, who recognized that the travelers did not use the services for reasons outside of their control and refunded them the money they paid for their tickets. Some companies even went to the extent of refunding their travelers as soon as possible. However, in other circumstances, when you have already used some of the tickets. You purchased, like you traveled one leg of the journey, then maybe the refund will not be complete. For example, if you bought a round ticket, then your outbound ticket may have a different price to your inbound ticket. And if the overall price of a round ticket is less than the price you would pay for buying an inbound and an outbound tickets separately, then the airline would take this into consideration when they consider their refund policy. So if the buyer used, or the traveler used one leg of their journey, they used one ticket or two tickets, and then in the middle of their trip, the pandemic happened and they couldn't make it to their final destination, the travelers, are at least entitled to be refunded the price of the tickets they have not used yet. We know from Imam Shafi'i's teachings that a transaction could have multiple layers and parts.
وله رد أحدهما بالعين ونحو هذا في المذاهب الثلاثة الأخرى كما هو مبين.
And the other main three schools of thoughts in Islam agree with this. So if you purchase a service, you may, by Sharia, request from the airline a refund of the tickets you were not able to use because of the exceptional circumstances. For example, Emirates Airline gave their travelers a number of options. One of the options was to get coupons that are worth exactly the same amount of the price of the tickets you did not use. You could use those coupons to buy any other product or any other service by Emirates Airline. This is even a sign of further flexibility and even allows the travelers to use some of the money of those coupons or vouchers later when they may choose to rebook their flights when flying becomes possible again. Another example here is private educational institutions like universities and the schools. The pandemic hit while we were still in the middle of the first educational semester. Schools were unable to carry on providing their educational services. And in some countries where there is a strong IT foundation, like the United Arab Emirates and other countries, and of course, this is the same when it comes to education or airlines or any other services. So in countries where you had strong IT networks and infrastructure, you could attend to the consequences of the pandemic. The same applies to bookings made in hotels, for example. However, we should distinguish between bookings you make and may pay for later and bookings you make and cannot conclude until you have paid the full amount, like, for example, in certain hotels or certain travel tickets and airline tickets. And also another thing Sharia makes room for is recommending that airlines and institutions take into consideration the financial situation of the buyer. So maybe because of the pandemic, they are no longer able to make the rest of their installments or the payments due. Another point here is the companies, airlines, and institutions may not increase the original payment agreed.
تنظر المستفيد حتى يسر وعليها تحمل تفريطها بعدم استيفاء قيمة العقد.
And companies and institutions and airlines that are still awaiting further payments from their users should make amends, should make room to accommodate the fact that some of their users and clients may no longer be able to fulfill those installments or fulfill their financial commitments because of the pandemic. In principle, an agreement should be reached, or we should seek to reach an agreement between the buyer of the services or the products and the providing institution, the airline, for example. For example, in the case of education, you could refund some of the fees considered proportionally based on the ratio of attendance and the number of days the learner or the student could not attend at the school or at the university. And of course, this is so for a number of reasons, including the fact that the bills, the energy bills of the educational institution would naturally drop when they cease to hold their classes because they no longer have to pay electricity and heating, etc. The goal of all of this is to establish justice between all people and to amend the rules based on circumstances. Now, the very last category, the number 6, is when a contract is an open-ended contract. In this case, the beneficiary may not break the contract or cancel the contract unless the beneficiary reaches an agreement with the provider or the seller. For example, we could mention here open tickets and open-ended educational courses, because of course there is an exception here if the company changes its policy or changes its course or changes the services they had agreed to providing in the contract, then the beneficiary or the user may cancel this contract. If the company goes bankrupt, the beneficiary still has the right to either get a refund or benefit from the company as per the original contract. The Prophet, may peace be upon him, says if somebody goes bankrupt, then the assets remaining are the entitlement of the beneficiaries who did not get their services or goods yet. I'd like to conclude here by once again reiterating my thanks to the Forum for Promoting Peace, and I especially want to thank Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and also all the other esteemed guests and participants who have enriched this forum. Thank you all. Thank you especially Sheikh, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya. And I also would like to ask the moderator of this session for allowing me to share my input. I pray to God that He guides all of us and guides our efforts, and may peace and blessings of God be upon our Prophet and his fellow prophets and messengers. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Al-Haddad, for this rich input and scientific point of view on the issue at hand, and for reminding us of the different Islamic jurisprudence teachings in regards of contracts. And also thank you, sir, for respecting the time. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ibrahim Al-Ali to please give his intervention. The floor is yours, sir.
بصوت الصوت مسكر عليه. الصوت مغلق عندك يا دكتور.
We cannot hear you, sir.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أشكر
I would firstly like to thank His Excellency Dr. Omar
جميع القائمين على
for moderating this session, and I thank everyone who contributed to holding this meeting. No doubt that the world today lives in the repercussions of the corona pandemic, which undoubtedly has a great impact on many areas of the world. And it has been accompanied by a state of disturbance and has affected many countries. Many countries have been closed, and international sectors have been slowed down, and the impact is meeting all the world. And one of them is the impact on civil transactions. And there have been many cases brought before the courts during this period and in various countries around the world, where the litigants will rely on the inability to implement their contractual obligations based on the global health situation and on the consequences of the precautionary measures taken by the countries of the world to combat the spread of this pandemic. And it has undoubtedly affected the obligations of the parties in implementing the contracts that they have committed to, such as supply contracts and employment, etc. And the UAE is not far from this situation, except that, praise be to God, there is a set of legislation in the UAE through which the judiciary can decide on these disputes in accordance with the provisions of the glorious Islamic Sharia, which is characterized by a spirit of tolerance, consensus, and consideration of circumstances and conditions. The state of the Emirates, in implementation of the directives of its leadership, has implemented a number of legislations, including the Federal Law Number 5 of 1985, which is based on the Islamic Sharia rules. There is no doubt that the implementation of Islamic Sharia is based on the application of Sharia law to civil transactions will lead to the stability of these transactions and the rule of justice among people, especially given these health conditions through which the entire world is going. And what is noteworthy is that whenever you look into the details of Islamic Sharia law in the field of civil transactions, you would see that the most recent theories in modern Western jurisprudence have been concluded in civil legislation. You would find that their roots are in Islamic jurisprudence also. The UAE legislators have adopted two theories in dealing with this matter. First is the contingency theory, and the second is the force majeure theory, and I will cover both. Firstly, the theory of contingencies. Article 249 of the Civil Transactions Law stipulates that if exceptional public incidents or circumstances occurred that could not be expected, and as a result of their occurrence, the implementation of contractual obligations was impossible and became so burdensome to the debtor that he would be threatened with heavy loss, the judge may, according to the circumstances and after balancing the interests of both parties, may decide that it is burdensome to fulfill this commitment and restore to a reasonable extent in his decision. Now, if the impossibility is partial, the contract may be discontinued, provided the debtor is so notified. So the basic principle is that it's not permissible for one of the parties to the contract to independently revoke it, and neither is it permissible for the judge. And only with the consensus of the two parties, it may be ended And this is the situation here. However, the Emirati legislator excluded the principle of unforeseen emergencies from the scope of application of the rules that prohibit the judiciary to amend contracts, and have been keen to make a distinction between unexpected emergencies and contingencies on the one hand and force majeure. In the former, if the implementation of the obligation is too burdensome, the contract can be adjusted. However, if in the case of force majeure, the contract may be ended, however, the judge is guided in this by legislation. And in the former situation where partially the contract can be implemented, then the price can be adjusted or the obligations may be adjusted. And these apply to general contingencies, such as storms or floods, and are not related specifically to an incident that is specific to one of the parties. There is a slight variance between the different types of Islamic jurisprudence schools in this regard. Secondly, there's the issue of force majeure, and Article 273 of the Civil Transactions Law stipulated that in contracts binding on both sides, if a force majeure arises that makes the implementation of the obligations impossible, the corresponding obligation lapses, and the contract is terminated of its own accord. Now, this article deals with the impossibility of implementing one of the opposite obligations in contracts that are binding on both sides due to a force majeure, whether these contracts are related to ownership, such as sale contract, or receive benefits such as lease or the contracts of a company. In this case, the obligation that has become impossible will cease because it is committed, because it's impossible to implement. And in selling, for example, if the sale perished if the item being sold perished in the hands of the seller before delivery, then it becomes impossible for them to fulfill their obligation. And as a result, and if the impossibility is total, the fulfillment of the entire obligation becomes impossible because the entire sale, the entire item of the being sold is destroyed before delivery. However, if the impossibility is partial, because some of the item of being sold perishes, then the obligation to pay the price is offset or waived. Third, there's the legal and Sharia mandate in the case of the corona pandemic. Now, the effects have been of the pandemic have not been expected, and it is an act of nature, an act of God, such as floods and storms. And the consequence is that some of the obligations, specific obligations, are being postponed or withheld in order to fulfill a public good, which is the general health. So the question now is, to what extent can the corona pandemic be considered a force majeure that justifies the exclusion of liability for companies and institutions and contractual obligations in general? Does it have the characteristic and condition of a force majeure? It has an impact on the social and economic aspects of people's lives, which is seen in the steps taken by the authorities in many countries, where they stopped general activities and economic activities within and outside their borders and have closed many factories and companies. And a circumstance such as this is a suitable one, is appropriate for these companies to consider a justification for suspending their obligations towards their contracting parties. So the question is, to what extent can the coronavirus be considered a force majeure that justifies the suspension of obligations? of companies, whether they're contracting or others? And does it fulfill the conditions of a force majeure, or is it an exceptional circumstance which suspends or reduces the obligations but does not end the contract itself? In other words, what's the situation in contracts under this contract? Considering pandemics, force majeure has been adopted in some countries. However, for example, with the virus of influenza H1N1 has not been considered a force majeure. However, but this cannot be applied to the coronavirus because it was not expected, and it has made countries all over the world take decisive decisions despite the possible negative consequences and effects that they may inflict on many vital sectors within their borders, and which made it difficult for many industrial and commercial companies to continue their economic activities. These facts put us before constitutes an unexpected event that cannot be stopped, and the debtor has no relation to it, has no influence on it. And so it can be considered a force majeure because the implementation of execution of obligations will require greater capabilities than in normal circumstances. And also execution may become impossible, which would justify force majeure or urgent circumstances in the event that the execution is impossible for the debtor. In all cases, determining whether the matter is related to force majeure or emergency circumstances is subject to the discretion of the judge of the matter or the arbitrator who has the competence to consider coronavirus a force majeure or not. And so he can decide either to exempt from responsibility or part thereof. In summary, the direct effects of the coronavirus, which will spark much discussion before the courts due to the cessation of many contractors and their ability to fulfill their obligations, can be considered a force majeure according to the legal and Sharia principles. If the impossibility for implementing the contract is an absolute impossibility. Now, the truth is that most international obligations have become impossible to implement in these circumstances because of the decisive measures taken by concerned authorities, and thereby they constitute within them per se a force majeure that prevent the implementation of contracts and make it absolutely impossible for such an implementation. At the end of this paper, we tend to support the opinion that the corona pandemic is a force majeure and not an emergency circumstance, especially if it is proven to the judge that the implementation of the contract has become impossible. And that opens the possibility of considering urgent circumstance if the implementation was partially possible. And this then opens it to the civil and commercial transaction laws, which differ from one contract to another. So and the trial court can then decide. Thank you very much.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. مشكور فضيلة الشيخ الدكتور إبراهيم على هذه المداخلة.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, for this intervention. And I now would ask Judge Abu Bakr Imam to present his paper. Thank you.
In the name of God, many thanks be to God, and may his prayers and blessings be upon his messenger Muhammad, his family and companions, and all the righteous believers. Your Excellency, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, the sponsor of this conference, the convener of this conference, Your Excellency, the moderator, Your Excellencies, the participants and the speakers in this virtual conference on the post-corona values. May God's peace be upon you. The regular times have their own regulations. But when we live in a time when it is so unusual, then there are different rules that apply. And if we look at the current time, we will see that we are living indeed in exceptional times, in the time of this pandemic that has affected so many aspects of our lives. So the jurisprudence, the jurists should not shy away from exerting effort in order to try and find what the Sharia laws would be in this unusual time. The Islamic Sharia is characterized by being flexible, comprehensive, and realistic, and this makes it an imperative for scholars to look into the Sharia to try and find the sources of jurisprudence in order to find out what the Sharia would say and what the Sharia answer would be for every different aspect of our modern life. Islamic Sharia is wealthy and it has so many rules and so many sources, and it is able to react and to respond to the new situations that we find ourselves in. So this makes our Sharia valid for all times and makes it flexible enough to deal with different situations. That is why it is the last of the divine laws. There is no other law that would follow it, and it is flexible enough and comprehensive enough to deal with all human situations. When it comes to ijtihad, this is something that started with the time of the companions, and we can see how the companions practiced ijtihad. So we can see, for instance, when Mu'adh was sent to Yemen, the Prophet advised him to use his own mind and to think if he cannot find a text that would help him to sort out a certain situation. So if the Prophet asked Mu'adh, if you cannot find a text in the Quran or in my own Sunnah, so what would you do? Mu'adh said, then I am going to think hard to find my own judgment, and then the Prophet approved. And God said that God wants you to wants to make things easier for you, does not want to make things more difficult for you. And the Prophet has sayings that go in the same line. So the Sharia basically is a law that aims to preserve the interests of people, to keep harm out of their way. And we can see Ibn al-Qayyim in his writings, he said that the Sharia is based on the interests of people in this life and in the afterlife, and it is a just and merciful tool. So everything that moves away from justice, that goes into injustice and into tyranny, this has nothing to do then with Sharia. When it comes to the Islamic position pertaining to Corona, the Prophet said in a hadith, if you heard of a pandemic or if you heard of a plague in a land, then do not go into this land, and if you are in it, then do not leave it. So this hadith is something that we can consider to be the basis upon which doctors are dealing with the issue of self-isolation or of lockdown. So it is important, if there is a pandemic somewhere, that people do not travel out of that place or do not travel to that place in order to contain that pandemic, so that others do not get infected, either by being in contact with those who are sick or those who died as a result of this pandemic. And Umar ibn al-Khattab did apply this rule when he said to Abi Ubaidah Amir ibn al-Jarrah, yes, we are escaping from God's fate again to God's fate, which means that we are fleeing sickness to health. And one of the things that we need to do is to stay where we are in order to make sure that we do not spread the pandemic. And this is then God's destiny. So this is one of the greatest Sharia rules that makes sure that the whole society stays safe. And this is based on a consultation with those who have expertise in this field. And doctors and epidemiologists, they are all in agreement that we have seen so many epidemics, and the most lethal amongst them was cholera, Ebola, and SARS. And the COVID-19 was actually the most lethal of them all. And this is because the way that this virus is composed, it enables it to move very quickly between people. If we look at the rules of the Sharia, then we are going to conclude that the scholars, they have to be in a position and work hard in order to be in a position to advise people on how to deal with such a pandemic. And if we look at some rules like la darara wa la dirar, that no harm done and no harm taken, and also other rules in that respect, it shows that the jurisprudence, the jurists really have to work on finding and applying rules in order to deal with this pandemic. When it comes to preparing dead people who passed away because of Corona, Imam Dusuqi said that those who cannot be washed or cannot have tayammum done, then this cannot be done then because of the situation. And the other scholars agreed with that. However, when it comes to washing the body of a dead person, and this could mean that healthy people who are doing the preparation get infected, then this means that that the washing maybe then does not need to take place. As to those who passed away because of Corona, their bodies need to be handed over to the experts so that they can deal with it. And this was done right after Corona was started in Wuhan last December. And the experts agreed that the family of those who passed away because of Corona, they need to be instructed how to deal with the bodies of their family members who passed away because of Corona.
أن الميت فقط لا ينقل العدوى عن طريق التنفس والعطاس من قبل
Those
الجثة.
who passed away cannot, for instance, spread the disease in the same way as those who are living. They cannot sneeze, they cannot cough. So it is possible then to hand the body to those, the family members, with clear instructions how to deal with this, so that they can prepare the bodies for burial and do that in a safe way. And if the family members cannot prepare the body for burial in a correct way, then they can the person can be buried without being washed and prepared. When we look, for instance, at somebody who had corona and then died in one of the state hospitals, and if it becomes then risky to come close to the body of that person, as this is a very lethal virus, then those at the hospital need to take all kinds of precautions when dealing with such bodies. As to the opinion of religion when it comes to dealing with the sick and those who died as a result of corona, how to deal with them. Well, as there are hundreds of thousands who were affected, the scholarly council in the Supreme Scholarly Council in Morocco looked into this, and that is after the Minister of Health in Morocco asked for a religious opinion, for a fatwa, and the fatwa was that a person can be buried without being washed because of how lethal this virus is. So that is also something that was agreed upon by the scholars of the Sharia Consultative Council in Algeria, and they have also issued some advice. And among this advice is the following: that a Muslim person needs to be washed and prepared in order to be buried. However, if this cannot be done for certain reasons, then water can be poured on that person without rubbing the body of the deceased, as there are reasons why this cannot be done in the time of a pandemic, and in order to be brief, I want to say that there are decisions that were made in the time of this pandemic that are correct and that are based on sound evidence from the Sharia. So we need then to look into ways of preparing the deceased for burial without making this pose any risk to those who are alive. And every country needs to look into issuing decisions and pieces of advice, so that those who are responsible for preparing the deceased for burials, the undertakers and so on, they can do that without facing any risk. Also, the mosques and religious institutes, they need to train a group of people on how to deal with those who are suffering from corona and how to prepare the bodies of the deceased for burial. And also people have this task. They need to have enough PPE in order to protect themselves, and any tools that are needed in this process, they need to be prepared and ready in all mosques. And of course, we need to ask God for forgiveness, and we supplicate ourselves to God to ask for the end of this pandemic as soon as possible. And at the end of my talk, I would like to reiterate my thanks for Sheikh Ben Baya for giving us the chance to participate and to contribute. And we pray to God to bless all those who invested time in organizing this conference that shows how comprehensive and flexible our Sharia is. I thank His Excellency the Sheikh for the time devoted to the values after Corona so that our ship can reach its destination safely. In the end, I'd like to thank you all, and may God's peace be upon you. Thank you very much. Alaykum assalam. And thank you very much for this presentation. His Excellency Judge Abu Bakr Imam, for this presentation, and thank you for explaining the position of Sharia and the recommendations that you shared. I would like now to give the floor to His Excellency Abdullah Wild Al Salam in order to take the floor, and he is going to read a summary of the paper that he presented.
In the name of God, the merciful,
In the name
thanks
of
be to God,
God,
the
the most
all-knowing,
graceful, the most
praise
merciful.
and praise
All
be
praises and thanks be
on
to the
our
Lord.
Master
May peace
Muhammad,
and blessings
his
of God
kin
be upon
and
our Master Muhammad.
his followers. Sheikh Ben Baya, all present. May Allah's peace and blessings be upon you. Humanity as a whole is living through unusual times because of coronavirus. This hasn't only affected the way we all live, but it touched upon everything that we know and understand about living. It touched upon how we meet, how we do things, how we move about, and we've seen a lot of the activities that have been suspended. No more going to markets or shopping or eating out or going to places of entertainment, of gathering. So things have been unprecedented. We've seen things that have never happened before. And we have to try and think of ways to deal suitably with all these changes. The framing document and the framing speech of Sheikh Ben Baya had pointed to these issues and alluded to the problem, and that is what we all want to achieve through attending this conference. We want to see all the provisions and the rulings that can be applied to this unusual situation. These are times of emergencies, and they need all our thinking and efforts in order to think of the intentions and the ways to deal with things according to Sharia. All the jurisprudence is needed. We have to think of what can we do when there will be a conflict between two good things and two things that might spoil our livings. So we have to think of how to make a judgment. This pandemic has shown the weakness of man, despite all the scientific advances and all the technology. Man is vulnerable in front of this virus. The man will be weak and will continue to be weak because, in essence, man was created to be weak. So he starts as weak and he will end weak from beginning to end. And it says that God is the one who created you from weakness and gave you power, and then you go back to being weak again. The title of this conference is the spirit of the passengers on a ship following the corona pandemic and human values after corona. This gives us an idea of what we need to do. How can we help each other to get to the shore of safety? This requires us all to put our hands together to help one another and cooperate. And we've seen in the Holy Quran, there is a mention of Prophet Moses when he spoke to his people. So he talked also about a similar issue of a ship where all its passengers would also perish if they don't cooperate. So throughout history, we've heard about Noah's Ark. And Noah's Ark was the reason why humanity and humankind was saved along all living creatures. All the creatures, be it humans or animals, on that ship had to live together and cohabit in order to be saved. And that also applies to all creatures that live on this earth. With the spirit of cooperation and solidarity, this can be achieved. So this is the most eloquent example of how we can be saved. As Hilali says in his book, the judge and the mufti has to look deeply and scrutinize all the issues that will serve the interests of Muslims. And here we come to look at some of the issues that are relevant to the rulings in the times of Corona, in this very sensitive time. And the scholars had agreed that it is very important for people to take their precautions in order not to infect others should they be infected. So here we're talking about the harm that can be done to others. And the rule is that if anything that causes harm by getting together, and being together will cause harm to others and must be averted. So, infecting others is something that could harm everybody. It is very important for us to look at the balance between what is harmful and what is not harmful. And here there is a ruling about people who intentionally cause others to be infected. There was an example where people are connected or interconnected, and there are examples that can be used in order to look at how people are interconnected, and there's a simile here where we're talking about the interconnection between the various branches. And we also know from the judgment of Shinqiti that such a fire that might harm or set fire to branches or interconnected plants is something that has to be taken into consideration when we are looking as to how we can protect ourselves. Khalil, in his compendium, says that a similar judgment could also be used on the basis of avoiding causing harm to others. When we look at the issue of mixing with people who are ill, is that something that we should bear in mind? Would that be a crime? Would that be something that could be looked at as intentionally causing harm? We have to look here at the intention. In this way, we could see that people are not intentionally mixing with each other in order to infect each other. However, it's negligence sometimes that causes infection to be transmitted from people unknowingly. So in this case, we look at this and we say that we cannot criminalize such people who would be causing the harm of others. They will not be subject to fixed penalty crimes because they have not intentionally killed someone. And here we have to look about the diya and the blood money in case a person has been killed unintentionally or intentionally. So what we can say that retaliation in this case doesn't apply if a sick person is dead. However, the diya might be applicable. In this case, we have to look at the various misdemeanors and the various things that people would disobey. We here refer to disobeying God's orders. And in the same way, we could think by disobeying some directions or some precepts, this would cause harm to others, and that could be described as a major crime because it will cause a pandemic to spread on this earth. So we could also say that a person who is sick and is suffering from corona has to pay attention because he could be the cause of the sufferings of others. Those people are carrying a deadly virus. They could cause the death of many people. So in this case, also we can say that these people are deliberately going to cause the sickness and death of others. We have to look at the intention of the person who does the spreading. Even if the person who is infected doesn't die, but however he causes the death of others, we have to ascertain the reason of the death of the other people. Was it due directly to being in contact with the sick person, or they've died from natural causes or other reasons? So if the harm is done through getting in contact with someone who is ill, however, the person doesn't die but falls ill, the virus would not be causing great harm. So the legitimate policy that we could apply here and the legitimate ruling that we can use here would also apply to the qisas, or the use of retaliation by some mean or other. And in this case, we have to think about the compensation and the damages that could be paid in order to compensate for this crime. Here we have to look at the amount or the extent of reparation. This could be measured by the extent of how much the other person has been harmed. The wise judge would look at all the facts and all the proofs that should be brought before him in order to assess the situation. I have tried to give you a distinction between the various acts in order to ascertain what is the best judgment to use in such cases. That also involves the mitigation or the aggravation of the rulings and the sentences. And at the end of the day, God is the all-knowing and knows better about these matters. This is an opinion. And may God protect us all from this pandemic, and peace be upon you and his blessings. Thank you, Sheikh Abdullah, for your intervention that is rich in opinion and ideas that has been apparent in all your Sheikh Abdullah is invited now to have the floor.
الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على سيد
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate. O God, light our insights and release our tongues and expedite our hearts. I am pleased to join you in this forum, which is headed by our Sheikh, our leader, Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya. May God give him a long life. I'm very pleased also to participate with this blessed, distinguished group led by Dr. Omar al-Dirai, our brother, and we ask God to extend your health. There is no doubt that the wise legislators have ensured that the psychological aspect of those charged with obligations should be taken into account with aspects related to the Sharia rulings. Now, the obligations are not issued with enjoining and prohibitions without paying attention to people's mental, material, and psychological conditions. And all of this confirms religion's keenness to achieve sufficiency and validity in respect to the human soul, psychological, material, and others, to be able to carry out the burdens of the obligations. In this intervention, we will discuss whether the psychological and material effects of the pandemic could be considered in cases of family disputes. And I will base my intervention on 2 attestations from the Quran and 2 from the Sunnah. I'll briefly explain the need for psychological consideration of those charged with obligations, especially in times of crisis. Now, the first evidence comes from the Surah Al-Imran, where we say, the Quran says, "So by mercy from Allah, you were lenient with them. And if you had been rude in speech and harsh in heart, they would have disbanded from around you." And this indicates that God made the prophets, peace be upon him, lenient and gentle. The second ayah is from Surah Al-Nisa. If at the time of the division of inheritance, other relatives or orphans or poor are present, give them something of the property and speak to them words of kindness. This meaning here that Imam Marraghi said that in the second part of his famous interpretation, he said that if you divide the estate and this division is attended by other relatives of the heirs, give them some of the income, give them some of the inheritance that came to you without hardship. So you should not be stingy with your poor relatives and the orphans and the needy, and let them not leave with broken hearts and troubled souls. And use kind words when you hand over these portions of the inheritance. From the Sunnah, the first evidence is narrated by Abu Dhir, may Allah be pleased with him. He said that the Messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, said, "Your smiling in the face of your brother is charity, and commanding good and forbidding evil is charity. Your giving directions to a man lost in the land is charity. Your seeing for a man of bad sight is a charity for you. Your removal of a rock or a thorn or a bone from the road is a charity for you. Your pouring what remains from your bucket into the bucket of your brother is charity for you." And this means that you keep in mind the psychological side by urging the smiling to others and to avoid negative feelings and to create a feeling of peace and tranquility. The second hadith is from Imam Bayhaqi in his Sunan. From Mujahid, he narrated that some men were martyred at the day of Uhud, and their wives came to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and said, we feel lonely at home, so we spend the night, we sleep in the house of one of us, and in the morning we go to our own home. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, speak or be with one of you as long as you like, but at time of sleep, each should go to their own home to sleep there. So he, peace be upon him, authorized them to go out of their homes in respect of their mental states and their loneliness. As for the material effects of the corona pandemic on family dispute issues and cases, do they have consideration? Well, the short answer is yes. And in particular, I would mention the claims for marital expenses and other financial issues, which increase concern due to the coronavirus and its impact on many sectors, including the financial sector, and the impact on jobs and businesses. And with that impact, other matters are also affected, some of which there is agreement upon and consensus, and others have been brought before the Court of Personal Status. And among the issues being discussed today is the husband's request from the court to reject to spend money on alimony and school expenses because his company has ceased business because of corona. And the wife has asked for divorce because the husband is not meeting his financial obligations. And such a case is different from normal cases of spousal maintenance, because the husband is not spending the expenses required for the household. In conclusion, I would say that there is no doubt that attending the psychological aspects has a positive impact on those obliged with those tasked with obligations. And if the right care is taken into account, this will have a positive impact. And if somebody is bedridden because of the disease and their psychological state is neglected, their disease may be compounded. And the opposite is also true. Secondly, resolving family disputes caused by corona can be achieved by identifying the problems that require solutions, and thereby thinking about the available solutions and implementing them, and seeking advice and support when feeling the need for it. And the Almighty has said in Surah Al-Baqarah that Allah does not charge a soul except its capacity. And in a hadith that if I instruct you with something, then implement what you can. Finally, I conclude with these points. Firstly, we should take into account the psychological aspect and the mental condition of those under obligation. It's part of the instructions of the Quran and the Sunnah. Secondly, taking into consideration the mental aspects of the obliged is the basis for establishing the rulings for them and against them. Third, taking those aspects into consideration is also wise on the part of lawmakers, including various legal rulings that also include family rulings. Number 4, taking those aspects into account is also a humanitarian matter. Number 5, in financial cases, in expenses, lawsuits, and the like, the decisions could be taken on the basis of the ability of those obliged to meet their financial obligations.
جزاكم الله خيرا فضيلة الشيخ السيد على هذه المداخلة الممتعة والعميقة.
Thank you for this great intervention and for presenting this timely intervention. And finally, we would like to thank all speakers for those interventions. We also value and appreciate the all interventions and all the contributions in this meeting and the efforts of the Forum for the promotion of peace in Muslim societies, and the efforts also of Sheikh bin Baya and all he has given to this conference and the direct efforts that he has extended. And we ask God to safeguard the state of the United Arab Emirates and its wise leadership and guide it towards more development and more well-being and more advancement, and to benefit with it and through it all the Arab and Muslim world, and to safeguard the Muslim and Arab world against all diseases and pandemics.
الله يبارك فيكم. بارك الله فيكم.
أحسنت. الآن وقت المغرب، أحسنت في الختام.
الحمد لله على الأذان.
رئيس الجلسة سعادة الدكتور عمر الدرعي، وشكرا
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
والآن سنتوقف للاستراحة لنواصل.
Now we will have a break and we will continue the remaining sessions. We will come back after 1 hour and a half, inshallah.
شكرا جميعا. شكرا.
you. you. you.
And
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Compassionate, God's blessings and peace be upon you. We welcome you once again to resume the sessions of the second day of the 7th Forum of the Strengthening Peace in Promoting Peace in Muslim Society. With this is the 6th session titled by with the title Globalization and the Nation State, and it's headed by or facilitated by Dr. Mohammed Othman Al-Khush, the president of the Cairo University in Egypt. Please go ahead, sir. Greetings. I am Cairo University president. I would like to greet you all, and I would like to express my appreciation of the United Arab Emirates and the Forum for the promotion of peace in Muslim societies in Abu Dhabi, headed by Sheikh Abdullah bin Bay. And my thanks and greetings to the committee that has organized this forum under the generous auspices of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Foreign Minister of the United Arab Emirates. And I greet all participants in this session, which is titled Globalization and the Nation State, in which we will hear interventions and contributions by a selection of distinguished thinkers and contributors. And I would like to start by emphasizing the importance of meeting over a vision that is based on human cooperation in order to meet our challenges in today's world, which has been overrun by consumerism under a globalization that is run by the laws of the jungle more than the laws of ethical values and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is not simply a passing health crisis. It is, in fact, a test, and a difficult test for humanity as a whole. It is a test that has revealed the noblest of instincts and motives in the world, but it has also exposed the fact that many sectors have gone solo. They are based on consumerism, the seeking of profits, and have caused the increase of the gap between rich and poor. This reflects our crisis with modernity and the need to review the models on which it is based. And this calls upon us all to review and research once more for a new ethics for progress based on the minimum common ground based of economic, political, social, and international values in order for us to be closest to the values of justice, equity, compassion, fraternal humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, this theme of globalization and the nation state has three topics. Firstly, the paradoxes of globalization and the need for international cooperation. Second, the economic crisis and the ethics of solidarity. Third, the importance of the nation state and ways to strengthen its position. This session seeks to examine the paradoxes of globalization and to confront the approaches of greed, which are based not on common goods, but on unlimited profits. And here, the role of the nation state comes to the fore in managing international crisis. This particular crisis has proven and has shown that the nation state is the proper framework and the necessary framework for meeting these challenges. Countries have taken responsibilities towards their own countries and to the returning citizens who have returned home after the crisis had started. And the time has come for the dreams of those who are seeking the return of ancient imperialism based on greed, it is time to dispel those dreams. And it's important to strengthen the nation state vis-à-vis its internal and external enemies. And we must therefore rethink and seek to re-establish a new spirit for humanities to guide us in the post-crisis periods. It is a crisis which necessitates a long pause in front for humanity to re-examine itself and re-examine how it deals with crisis. And we hope that this crisis will be an opportunity for this, to review ourselves and to attempt to establish a better world based on a minimum common value, humanitarian values. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with a speech, a special speech by His Excellency Ambassador Turki bin Abdullah Al-Dakhil, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the United Arab Emirates. And he shall speak to us about the nation state, and he will outline many important issues regarding the needs to strengthen the view of the nation states. Your Excellencies, Your Eminences, ladies and gentlemen, God's blessings and peace be upon you all. And I express my gratitude for this noble organization for holding this important forum. The Muslims have been concerned for their conditions and situations since 2011, since 9/11 in 2001, which was carried out by Muslims, when it caused others to build wrong stereotypes about us, about our culture and civilization and our humanity. And many of us have had to defend themselves and have been met with denigration, who said that all Muslims are terrorists. Those are the ones who chop their heads off. Those who are the ones who seek to be closer to God by spilling others' bloods. These are the people, any of them could be carrying a knife to strengthen us, to attack us. And whilst we know that that the terrorists are seeking to kill us Muslims before they kill anybody else, and are seeking first and foremost to destroy our own states. Now I'm talking, I don't want to talk about Islamists in the state. Let me talk to you about something else. This is a difficult time where each of us are defending Islam, are saying, yes, Islamists are there. They have kidnapped religion. They incite for violence, and they don't represent us. They don't represent our development and our civilization. And nothing will protect us and our coming generations except undermining this discourse of the Islamists and the extremists. Now, when we speak about this issue of the nation states and the Islamic, Islamist, political Islamism, we have to say that they reject the notion of the nation states. And they have continued to reject the nation, the concept of the nation and of nationalism and of belonging. And they accuse everybody who lives in Muslim societies as kafirs, as infidels, and they reject to live amongst us. And this starts with Sayyid Qutb of the Muslim Brotherhood, who actually incited young men to kill their own fathers on the basis that they are infidels, and they have accused the state and society and everything of being infidels. And the Muslim Brotherhoods have adopted the idea of rejecting the states, and they consider it a Western infidel idea, and they want to replace the nation state with Khilafah, which they considered holy. And by Khilafah, they mean the Khilafah of the Ottoman Empire, and they consider it holy, and they continue to call it Khilafah. And whilst all Islamic scholars over the ages have rejected this idea and insisted that only Khilafah can only go to those who belong to the Quraysh tribe. The idea here is not to attack or to have an opinion on the Ottoman nationalism. However, they wanted the Ottomans built this idea of Khilafah. They call themselves a Khilafah rather than a state in order to give themselves legitimacy. At any rate, the original books of the Muslim Brotherhood of Sayyid Qutb and others have been exploited, and they continue to be adopted by all those who continue to adopt this ideology with the objective of accusing the nation state of infidelity, and therefore all institutions and all individuals and all employees of the state were considered infidel. And they do this so they can inherit those our countries. So where did this idea come from? Hassan al-Banna and Sayyid al-Qutb, the founding authors of the Muslim Brotherhood, said that the national borders are simply turn the homeland into a pile of soil. And there is most of the books of Sayyid Qutb, the founding books of the Muslim Brotherhood, has been translated by Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, and that shows you that they are identical. The Shiite and the Sunni extremism are identical. And these ideas are adopted in Iran amongst the parties and the supporters of Khomeini and those who adhere to his ideology. And they believe their objective can only be achieved through establishing either the Khilafah on the Sunni side or the Vilayati Faqih on the Iranian side. And you can see, therefore, there is that the two systems are identical. And they say that the nation state is shouldn't be there, and that loyalty should be across borders, and loyalty of Shiites is in Tehran, and the loyalty and the Muslim community should be to the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood organization. And they abuse all good things in our religion to serve their purposes. And their ideas are all things from the past, and they only intend to revive the Ottoman state in order to say that the glory of Islam has vanished, and the nation states that we see now today on the map are not based on Islam. And if they don't belong to Islam, then they are infidel states, and everything in them is infidel. And we can disagree with everything from the traffic lights to their constitutions. All these, so the central idea in the national state is quite simple, is that we guard and safeguard law and order, and to keep the Sharia in place, and to follow the Sunnah of Muhammad, and to keep society orderly. And this is what they fully reject. And I hope that such fora as yours will contribute in strengthening the concept of the nation state and enable societies to enjoy coexistence and compassion. Now, let's go back to the issue that I've started by talking about. The nation state is something that has always existed in Islamic thinking philosophy from the beginning, and the idea of talking with the others and dialogue has always been part of Islamic tradition, with some exception over the years. However, but these extremist organizations have sought to split society, to say that one side is infidel and another side is loyal, all with the intention of saying that the state we're in is not a proper state, that the state we need to live in is the Khilafah state. They want to do what they pretend is a revival of the past, and those who don't want to live in the past are infidels. And some people, on the other hand, want to revive compassion and coexistence to Islam, but at the same time, the line seems to have been disconnected. We have a technical problem. It is required for Islamic scholars to bring about or to have fatwas and new rules that match the current world we live in. And the old rules are not compatible with modernity, with our modern nation states in which different people live from different religions, from different ethnic minorities, etc. And those who reject this idea, we also must accept amongst us as living amongst us, because we live in cosmopolitan societies today, and people who live with us should enjoy all rights and should also undertake all obligations. And this is the basis of the nation state, the modern nation state, and this is what is being rejected by the Islamic extremism that we spoke about, Shiites and Sunni. And those who justify these views and those who follow their views are people we know, from Al-Qaeda to Daesh to others who are adopting unimaginably inhumane principles. Now, if those people they have tried to isolate the state, to isolate society, and if they succeed, we will all be destroyed. And Sayyid Qutb himself in his book says that believers feel themselves above everybody else, and that everybody else in society is an infidel. And he spends many pages saying that Islam is not a religion of peace. And we can see, ladies and gentlemen, to hold on to ideas, to hold on to our beliefs, and we should be the first to seek goodness in others and seek good in the world, and to be open towards the others, those who live with us, those with whom we share the good of and the peace that is produced by the nation states. And international laws seek that people live together in peace and compassion and cooperation. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again thank the Forum for the Promotion of Peace in Muslim Society. They are focused on the rights of women and children and call for coexistence. And I'm sure they will continue to focus on the issues of women, because it is also part of the foundation of compassion and coexistence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude by saying that the nation state is not it is a real duty on all of us. It is not a luxury. This nation state, it's very rare, if not impossible, to find Islamists, extremist Islamists, who support the nation state. Only for they may do so as a temporary thing or as a mean of dissimulation to protect themselves, but they do not believe in it. And we need to establish a proper state where, not that we think something is holy or rulers are holy, but in order to live together in peace and to benefit from sustainable development, which can only be achieved through stability. And in relation to the various components of one state internally and the relations of that state to others. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your invitation, and peace, Allah's peace be upon you. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Turki bin Abdullah Al-Dakhil. Thank you for this important and clear and transparent intervention, which has crossed a lot of the T's and dotted a lot of the I's. And I appreciate this beginning of our session, which has shown that Muslims are subjected to much stereotyping. And if a few Muslims are extremists, that does not necessarily mean that all Muslims are. Every society around the world has its own extremists, its own terrorism. And we cannot cover entire society with a brush that should only be applied to a minority. And no doubt, such a minority cause more harm to Muslim countries than they do to non-Muslim countries. Also, I would like to emphasize that this is not the true history of Islam. This is the history of Muslims. There's a difference between Islam and Muslims. Islam is the Holy Quran and the Hadith, the traditions of the Prophet Muhammad, and Muslims are something else. Now, the idea, this concept of political Islam is incorrect. Islam is Islam. Political should be an adjective of some groups, some parties that use Islam as their foundation. And I would agree also with what we've heard, that the Khilafah, the Ottoman Khilafah, is finished. It's part of our past, part of our history, and anybody who's trying to adopt it for their own political ends are dreaming and are actually falsifying historical reality. And they cause harm to Muslim and Arab worlds more than they cause to anybody else. So once again, I thank His Excellency the Ambassador for his clear message, and thank you. Now I will move on to the next topic, which is the paradoxes of globalization and the need of international cooperation. And I will give the speech to Honorable Robert Wexler, President of Daniel Abraham Center for the Middle East Peace in the USA. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. And I too want to congratulate the sponsors of this very important gathering. It is an honor for me to follow His Excellency, the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia to the United Arab Emirates. The challenges that the ambassador and the organizers of this gathering have highlighted in terms of Muslim societies, while certain particular facts may be relevant to Muslim societies, the truth is the challenge is international. The challenge is worldwide in terms of seeking to achieve justice, equity, and compassion, and balancing the role of the nation state is something that we face here in the United States in a very real way. As I'm sure people are quite aware, essentially, these were the issues that defined our recent presidential election. I don't want to present a partisan perspective, but I think it is fair to say that Americans faced a choice between a self-defined America First policy advocated by President Trump and implemented by President Trump, and President-elect Biden offered a different perspective, a perspective that, in fact, highlighted the value of collaboration and cooperation, the merits of engaging with our allies, particularly in the Middle East and Europe and Asia, in a cooperative fashion. And Americans were faced with this stark difference. And while, as everyone also is well aware, there are now many Americans, particularly the president, who have essentially created a doubt regarding the outcome of the US election, despite the fact that President-elect Biden received more than 7 million votes more than President Trump, and the Electoral College margin is quite significant. So we face our own challenges to the validity of the nation state. And I would like to highlight two issues, if I could, which I think present the opportunities for the next few years for all of us in terms of addressing the legitimacy of the nation state and the pressure of protectionism and isolation, essentially versus the objectives of cooperation and collaboration, nationalism and individual interest versus common interest. And the two issues I wish to highlight are climate change, and then I would also like to speak about the recent normalization agreements, the Abraham Accords, reached by the UAE, of course, and Bahrain with the State of Israel, and Sudan, of course, as well. Let me first address, if I could, climate change. Climate change was a very significant issue in the American election. Vastly different points of view between President Trump and President-elect Biden. And of course, underlying that debate was not only the validity of the nation state, but the validity of science, the validity of scientific facts. Now, how one chooses to apply those scientific facts, of course, can be subject to a genuine debate, but the existence of those facts certainly are not subject to legitimate debate. And while I think it's important to focus on the issue of climate change as an opportunity, I think we need to recognize that the issue that primarily focused or propelled populism and, to a certain degree, the breakdown of the nation state in the past decade, while it may have been the issue of immigration and the perceived costs to ordinary people of expanded immigration, whether it be the United States or Great Britain or the European Union, the issue of climate change, I suspect, will be presented in a similar fashion, meaning that there will be those that present the climate change agenda as one that pits establishment versus the interests of poorer people, that pits the interests of science versus ordinary people, working people. And the challenge that those of us who believe very strongly in collaboration and justice and peace, the challenge that we have is not to discount the relevance and the attractiveness of the arguments of populism. We actually need to engage in that very debate and prove to the people, or at least the vast majority of the people, who find the type of arguments appealing in terms of discounting scientific facts and to some degree demeaning the relevance of the nation state, we need to engage in that argument and win it. So rather than taking what is presented as the elitist approach, we actually need to prove to ordinary people why engaging in aggressive climate change, nation state promoted policies are in fact beneficial for ordinary people and are not a scheme by the elitist establishment, economic or political, to somehow diminish the economic interests of the middle class or lower middle income people or poorer people in our particular societies. The issue, if I may, of the Abraham Accords, I think presents a fantastic both opportunity, lesson, and case study. We're not talking about a theoretical application at this point. To the credit of the leaders of the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain and Israel and the United States and others, what these countries have shown is that international cooperation, even amongst countries and peoples who have not enjoyed that cooperation in the past, can lead to significant advantages for all people. And it is quite noteworthy that what seems to be developing is a follow-up, a very positive follow-up to the steps that, of course, Egypt and Jordan took in years past. But the UAE and Bahrain, I think very much to their credit, have established the common purpose now of not just extending a hand to a former nation in which they had no relations, but extending that hand with warmth, with generosity, with a smile, and with potential benefits for ordinary people. What's happening now with the plans for travel, for economic engagement, for scientific engagement jointly between those nations, between those communities, between those people, is establishing the precedent that this type of cooperation just doesn't benefit the leaders on top, but it benefits people throughout society. And I think that is the message of the Abraham Accords that must be applied to climate change. The good news is, if I must say, to the extent that the United States does play a outsized role, and I believe that we still do, President-elect Biden will usher in an era in which the United States, again, promotes multilateral cooperation. President-elect Biden, on his first day in office, will re-enter the Paris Climate Accord, which I think will set a very important example. No doubt he will seek to recreate the alliances that were built during the Obama-Biden administration in terms of economic alliances in Asia. And as the speaker before me presented, no doubt that President-elect Biden will also seek to create a common alliance to counter the nefarious activities of the Iranian regime, both in terms of their nuclear pursuit, as well as their leading role as a state sponsor of terror. And to the extent that they are supporting the type of activities, which unfortunately they still do, that the previous speaker highlighted, the Biden administration will not just go at it alone, but will seek to create that common ground with our allies in the Middle East and Europe and elsewhere to, in fact, pursue the goal of a better world, pursue the ideals of justice, equity, and compassion. And we, though, I would just respectfully suggest, should understand that the the factors that propel populism in the United States, in Great Britain, in Germany, in Brazil, in Italy, in Hungary, in Poland, in Indonesia, in Austria, in India, many countries, they still exist. And the election in the United States, while it is a very hopeful development, in my opinion, does not by any means suggest that this contest is over. And at the same time, those of us who believe so deeply in multilateral cooperation, who believe so deeply in international alliances and the benefits that accrue as a result of these alliances, we always need to present our arguments, present our policy objectives in the context of what benefits ordinary people. Don't think for 1 second that the elitist argument is going to go away just because Joe Biden was elected president of the United States. We in the United States, we have to, on our side of the political equation, the Democratic side, need to do a better job of proving to the people, that the millions of people that voted for President Trump, that our policies benefit them. And this is a objective, I believe, that is shared by many, many people, many leaders throughout the world. And the good news is America is back. America is back leading in this direction. And I think that will propel, I hope, a very promising future for all of our societies based on the very foundations of the agenda of this conference. So thank you so much for having me.
عفوا لا أس
شكرا جزيلا إلى السيد روبرت ويكسلر على هذه الكلمة.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler. You have presented a point of view about globalization and world from the point of view of the Democratic Party in the United States. And maybe we might differ a little bit in views, but we have some common ideas as well. At the beginning, you reaffirmed that the challenges that are facing us in terms of the nation state is not something that faces us in the United States only, but it faces us globally. And I agree with you on that point. And I also agree that we do have real opportunities to cooperate in order to reaffirm and strengthen the basis of national states in the Middle East. And I believe that as Daniel Abraham Center for Peace in the Middle East has a role that had also played in guaranteeing the work of the nation states in terms of fighting terrorism. I think that we will have opportunities, but these opportunities will be strengthened by strengthening the presence of nation states in the Middle East. And this will lead to a true cooperation, and also with bringing closer the differences that exist at the moment between the poor and the rich. Thank you to the Honorable Robert Wexler. And now I give the floor to Mr. Rahman Shishi, the UK Member of Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, It is a real pleasure to be able to join you here today. Only last night, I was chairing a seminar with His Excellency the Ambassador of the UAE to the United Kingdom, the Ambassador of Israel to the United Kingdom, and the Ambassador of Bahrain to the United Kingdom, looking at the Abrahamic Accord, the mutual acceptance of one another, leading to prosperity, security in the region. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Forum for promoting peace in Muslim societies, for inviting me to speak at today's event, and for all they do in promoting peace through interfaith dialogue and the interpretation of scripture through the prisms of common human values, compassion, justice, mercy, kindness, and the respect for fellow human beings. As we say, coming from a Muslim background, Inna Allah bin nas la ra'ufur rahim. God has been very kind. And as we say in the Bible, in Jeremiah 9:24, about God's commandment for kindness and love for one another as fellow human beings. Grace is the most beautiful word in the language of God. It means love given freely and without expectation of return. I would use that word to describe the values, the commitment of His Eminence, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer, to the work in partnership with all to bring about a better world for all, better world for all, to the understanding of scripture and through interfaith dialogue. Globalization is leading to an increasingly interconnected world. It can be argued that this is leading to a diminished role for the nation state and a greater emphasis on supranational bodies and international cooperation. We are certainly facing issues that require more international cooperation than ever before. National security, human rights, economic growth, environmental challenges, and the protection and promotion of freedom of religion or belief for all are all issues that require a truly global effort and cooperation between nation states, civic societies, and faith leaders from around the world. However, the role of the nation state remains strong. Nation states can help to drive agendas and solutions to the above challenges in partnership with and alongside other states. During my time as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief, from September 2019 to September 2020, international cooperation with counterparts from around the world was a vital part of my work and the work of the Foreign, Commonwealth and the Development Office. Freedom of religion or belief is not only a basic human right, it is a moral national security imperative, which leads to inclusive and prosperous societies. Law alone cannot make people get along. That depends on willingness and the opportunity to build integrated communities through meaningful engagement with those from different backgrounds based on shared rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. One of the key parts of my work as the Special Envoy for the United Kingdom was the implementation of the Bishop of Truro's Review into the persecution of Christians around the world and promoting freedom of religion for all. And to the end of my tenure, 17 of those different recommendations were taken forward, either fully implemented or in progress, and many had an international dimension to it. Recommendation 2 of the Truro Report was for the United Kingdom to be a global leader in championing freedom of religion or belief, ensuring strong multilateral engagement, especially at the Human Rights Council, at the OSCE, at the Council of Europe, including raising it at the Universal Periodic Reviews, and advocate for member states around the world to appoint special envoys on form. And I was very pleased to advise the United Kingdom government to join the International Religious Freedom Alliance on the 5th of February 2020 in Washington as a founder member state. And I was honored to have served as one of its co-vice chairs alongside my good friend, the wonderful Ambassador Josh Juna from the Netherlands. And I paid tribute to the brilliant my former counterpart, Ambassador Sam Brownback from the United States, for having the vision and the leadership to help set up the International Alliance as an organization of like-minded countries around the world with respect to Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And with the ability to be able to take swift, quick, appropriate action. And the alliance in August had 31 member states from around the world, Muslim countries, Christian countries, and the Jewish state of Israel. And during COVID-19, the alliance worked hard to secure the release of religious prisoners of conscience, whether that be members of the Baha'i community in Yemen, whether that be individuals in Eritrea. And recently, again, I pay tribute to the work of Ambassador Brownback and the UN Rapporteur for Freedom of Religion or Belief, Ahmed Shahid, for the release of 1,600 prisoners in Uzbekistan. COVID-19, we've had that mentioned before. Sadly, COVID-19 pandemic only made the persecution of individuals on the basis of their faith or belief even more intense. The pandemic has embodied non-state actors and state regimes to crack down further on freedom of religion or belief. For example, some governments are using the pandemic to further repress religious minorities. Second, religious minorities are often being discriminated against in the provision of food aid and healthcare. 3, some religious minorities are being blamed for the spread of COVID-19 and targeted as a result. 4, online propaganda campaigns are targeting religious minorities, spreading misinformation. And 5, technology is being used to further repress and discriminate against religious minorities around the world. And this is why precisely it is absolutely crucial to get international cooperation right with like-minded partners around the world. And in August 2020, the United Kingdom, along with the United States and the Netherlands, led on issuing a joint statement signed by 19 member states on the International Religious Freedom Alliance or Belief, calling on governments around the world to respect the right of freedom of religion and belief of minorities during COVID-19. The United Kingdom will also be putting forward a United Nations Security Council resolution for freedom of religion or belief. And my advice to the United Kingdom government was to put that at the time when the United Kingdom has the presidency of the Security Council. The United Kingdom also has ensured that at the Universal Periodic Reviews, freedom of religion or belief is looked at with regards to countries around the world. Sanctions. As part of the Truro Review Recommendation 8, the United Kingdom has said it will be applying sanctions on those who violate freedom of religion or belief. The Magnitsky sanctions, which were introduced in July this year, and they've already been applied to individuals from Myanmar who were responsible for religious freedom violations, and working alongside the United States, Canada, and now the European counterparts to apply sanctions on those who violate human rights and religious freedom. In Sudan, we heard from the previous counterparts, Robert Wexler. We've seen faith leaders, His Holiness the Pope Francis, Archbishop of Canterbury, working in partnership with the United Kingdom, Canada, the USA, to bring about change on religious freedom in Sudan. And may I just touch on the work of faith leaders. Politicians and governments alone cannot bring about the change in building strong, cohesive societies and challenging various threats, such as from extremism. Faith leaders have a key role to play. The United Kingdom's Wilton Park report in 2018, Tackling Violence Committed in the Name of Religion, very much looks at that. Pope Francis, at that debate, made this comment: every religious leader is called upon to unmask any attempt to manipulate God for ends that have nothing to do with him or his glory. Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayer in 2014 said this: all forms of oppression and aggression against religious minorities are in direct contradiction to the values of our religion. In fact, Islam calls us to do well by religious minorities, to place them under our protection, and threatens those that harm them with punishment in the afterlife. Archbishop of Canterbury in Davos in 2016 said this: what we have lost to do, and Muslim and Christians are at one on this, we have lost the capacity in Europe to use theological values to discuss our differences generally. It's become confined to the religious world, which means we are no longer have a way of answering challenges of extremism. And the point I make there, with regards to interconnected world, governments cannot do everything. Faith leaders have a crucial role to play with regards to cohesive societies and through theological dialogue. And NGOs are crucial, to the work they do in reaching parts of the world and societies where governments are not able to do. And during my time as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy, I work with NGOs, Aid to the Church, CSW, the Board of Deputies, in being able to engage and interact with certain parts of the world where governments were not able to do. And in essence, I want to finish on this. Interfaith dialogue and in an interconnected world also means that we have a moral obligation to address challenges which my counterpart and colleague Rob Wexler put forward on climate change. In 2000 and COP26, the United Kingdom will be hosting COP26, and that will be a great opportunity for people of all faiths to ensure that appropriate action is taken on the environment. Because in all faiths, protection of the environment is a key part of it. We saw that with His Holiness Pope Francis in 2015, when he made his declaration with regards to protection of environment. And the United Kingdom's ambassador in the Holy See, Sally Axworthy, has been working very hard to ensure that COP26 in the United Kingdom has a faith element and a declaration by all to protect the environment. And I finished by this. I was very fortunate to attend the canonization of Saint John Henry Newman, a great British saint with global impact. He said this: "I shall do good, I shall do his work, I shall be an angel of peace, a preacher of truth, keep to his commandments." I come from a Muslim background. My father was an imam, my grandfather was an imam, my uncles were an imam. But for me, those values of Saint John Henry Newman cross-trend all faiths across the board in doing all our part to make the world a better place for all. It's been a real pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you so very much.
شكرا سعادة رحمن ششتي على هذه المداخلة المختلفة.
Thank you, Right Honorable Rehman Chishti MP, for this very valuable intervention. Now we move on to topic 2 of the economic crisis and the ethics of solidarity. And we start with Dr. Hassan Al-Raid, political scientist and author in Morocco, and former spokesperson for the Royal Palace. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you to the moderator. Let me at the outset offer my profuse thanks to Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Foreign Minister of the UAE, as well as to our scholar and master Abdullah bin Sheikh Al Mahfouz bin Bayyah, the president of the forum. I can only give my profuse thanks to this forum that has given a lot of thought and made it an endeavor to think about things that impact humankind and the relationship with the other, and with the aim of coming round and coalescing around what brings us all together and looking at what bridges the gaps. This puts us in the heart of what looks at the sanctity of the human life. And the way that the forum has chosen the subject made us all look at the things that are of importance to us all. And let me say here, there's no chance for wisdom to be prominent and a vision to be effective without coming together. Islamic civilization had an undeniable impact on the human endeavor left by those with clean hands. It has left a lot of impacts and a fair share on our civilization through good and rational debate and refraining from being pedantic. Here we saw diverse religions, sects sheltered in its shade, and many nations melting in its crucible according to the values of justice, rationality, and tolerance. Its past was the guiding light to its present, or to those who read and followed well the legacy and its spirit. The Forum and UAE have given us the opportunity to look at how things can be done gently and clearly. It's very important for us to be attending this important meeting, especially due to the uncertainties and despair that we've all faced because of the coronavirus. And here we are reminded of the hadith about the ship and the ship's passengers. We are all traveling on the same ship. If it's saved, we all survive, and then if it sinks, we sink. We are all invited to join a new alliance of virtue, where there are no differences between religious sects, race, civilization, or any other difference. We all have to save humanity. There's a time when such incontrovertible truths are not evident to man, but then they come at a time when we are all being tested. The pandemic showed us that the globalization is not only for the good times, but it's also for the bad ones. Humanity also is questioning itself. Will we be able to overcome this? And I think, as the German poet Hodrin says, the greater the dangers, the greater what will save us. It is the same idea expressed in the famous saying, where things get tough, they soon get resolved. So what we need at the moment is to spread hope and not to give into despair, and to engage in thought carefully and slowly. We must take stock of what's happening to map out the future and the features of the new social contract where solidarity prevails. We have to look at the economic systems and the crisis that's standing in our way, to look at a new perspective, to look at economy from a political science point of view. And this has to be based on solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is living through an economic crisis, not only in the sense of weak indicators pointing to low growth or diminished trade or economic recession, but in the main, due to the absence of a new paradigm, and on the other hand, the departure of economics itself and the economy from its intended aim, namely to serve mankind and societies rather than the opposite. Modernization is connected with science and technology and economy, and the economy was to serve them. Only after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the economy took center stage in the public affair arena and became in itself the benchmark for modernization and its driver. Economics and the economy became the be-all and end-all of everything. For the precise studies derived from it is that the use of mathematics and accompanying disciplines such as business and management and the like. The economy became the basis for modernization, and it is important to look at what helps us in humanities. This was employed by Montesquieu's idea of gentle commerce in the context of the post-fall Berlin Wall. And we see that the economy is connected to the way we live, prosperity, and a real and concrete thing, which is work. And it gives a very good meaning to life, and we use the term used in psychology, which is self-esteem. We see that the absolute power of economy could have consequences, and grave one at that, which is to do with how the banks can exploit the economy in order to have and make profits for itself. So we've now seen that the word economy and economy jargon has been now universal. And hopefully, as some utopians had thought, things have not changed by bringing to the fore the economy. And we've started seeing this new term of economism, i.e. everything is to be connected to the economy. Now, I think we should really start to think about economy seriously and to see what is important in terms of our life, to see if it's going to be widening the social gap, increasing societal tension, threatening the ecology, and to look at it as well in terms of the dangers it poses on global warming. Is it possible to continue being blinded by an ideological view disguised as a scientific rhetoric? So, isn't it right for the economy to return back to being just a mere tool rather than all this media hype that is given to the importance of economy? So I think the economy has overstepped the mark. It's not only in scientific terms, but there's also the return in terms of what it means in terms of profitability. So when we talk about the relationship between capital and labor, we look at the complementary relationship between them, as we have seen in the saying of the economist Stiegler, where he called it financial assets. The economy cannot remain immune from the security and section. We have to look at how we can, from a philosophical point of view. We are now seeing threats to politics and to climate as well. So economists themselves say that they know the price of nothing but can evaluate everything. So how can we entrust our future to people who can only look at prices and numbers rather than the value of things? Don't we really need a new light? Don't we really need to be liberated from the clutch of such a church and from this absolute power of the economy? Economists who do not follow the mainstream admit that the economy hides the interests wrapped up in science and the rhetoric that claims objectivity. Economy is not a science, as it should be connected with the political, cultural, and social environment and the international context, putting human beings in the forefront. So no human being or society or community should be at the service of the economy and the vision of an economy that essentially serves oligarchs. So we start looking now from the happy factoring to happy globalization to sorry globalization. Neoliberalism was based on the practical results achieved on the ground through the abundance of provisions of goods at low prices. And we have seen what's happened in the four giant East Asian countries, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, and South Korea. All these countries have provided us with cheap goods, and that only served to fill the coffers of the American Treasury. It's known as the Washington Consensus, based on the liberalization of trade barriers and the lifting of customs barriers, privatization, and also the hands-off of the state of the social sector. So the idea of neoliberalism was to try to bring about a liberation in the context of globalization, to allow the capacities and energies to be released. But according to Alain Menck, that was a formula that should be bring about happy globalization. However, this was not to happen. So in a transitional state, there can be things that have to be dealt with some accompanying measures. So everybody used to think of this trickling down theory that everything will be fine and the wealth will trickle down. So here we start looking at what the other economists looked at. There was a string of free exchange promoted by the United States. These such theories and these such measures were not accompanied with any controls. So this has led to the money, instead of being a measurement of what we buy and sell, to something that has absolute value in our lives. So in some Eastern Asia, we've seen a lot of turbulence and a lot of trouble because of what happened to the national currency. And as well in Mexico, the same thing happened. This makes us think of how can we deal with this. We have seen that Hayek and Milton Friedman at the beginning started to talk about this issue. However, people nowadays started to look at how they can make money as quickly as possible. This has led to the despair and disparities in the economic policies, which led to some job opportunities completely disappearing. So a lot of these visions, as Joseph Stiglitz says, that it is a faith. Nothing is really confirmed. Privatization had led to many people being unemployed, and also that free trade agreements have done away with a lot of small businesses which were unable to invest in any new businesses. So, why was this not criticized? What happened was that the sound or the voices were not loud enough. And we have seen what's happened now in what is called irrational exuberance. And we've seen also that the financial crisis, which resulted from people being unable to pay their mortgages, this small crisis became a global one. And when we saw that the Washington Agreement was shaken because of its impact on a lot of people and companies due to privatization, the big fish was eating the small fish. Also, the trickling down theory was shaken up. And the idea was that once wealth is created, it would trickle down. But unfortunately, it's only the oligarchs or the few have benefited from this. And we've seen the rise of political oligarchs. So the faults with this kind of free trade started to show, and We saw the fracture. We saw the unemployment figures growing in France. And we've seen also the new expression of the unhappy globalization. This was also coined as a phrase because it caused a lot of problems and unemployment and a lot of harm to the environment. I'm afraid, Dr. Hassan, your time is up. You have to end your speech. I have 3 minutes only, he says. Of course, I wanted to talk about the economic alternative. However, if the time is not opportune, I shall move to the conclusion. So the coronavirus crisis reminds us of the crisis of 2008, the financial crisis. However, there are two very important things that makes us think of what will happen now in terms of the intervention of the states. The second issue is to do with the social justice. So if we look now at this technocratic approach, we see that, as I said before, the economy is not a science. So the question of efficiency and profits have underlying motives of selfishness and greed, which threaten social cohesion and lead to the increased tension between the people. So it's to the benefit of the 1%, while the 99% are those who suffer. So it strips democracy of its contents. It's imperative that the social contract be entered into at the level of each country as well as globally. The elements of this contract are not only between the producer and the consumer or the supply and demand, but rather between two fundamental elements that overlap, namely the future generations on the one hand and the nature on the other, to ensure sustainable development. It has been clear that nature will not be able to bear the burden of attrition on its own, and that the ecological balance is a very important thing. And we now we have to have a new green ecological decade as advocated by left-wing green movements. The 2008 crisis was an alarm bell, and the corona pandemic emerged, and the disease turned out to be structural. There is no alternative to the value of solidarity and of social justice. The economy cannot be reduced to profits only. It must serve human beings and societies, not human beings and societies in the service of the economy. And thank you for listening. Thank you, Dr. Hassan Ourid, for this in-depth intervention. And although I stand by you, and I also agree with you that the new Alliance of Virtue is also a very good thing, akin to the same old Alliance of Virtue that was forged in Medina in order to save people. And I think it's a clear call for people to only rely on the economy to be the savior of humanity. And I think the economy should be a science, should be economics rather than just looking at the economy as a pure remedy. We have to look at how it can serve humanity and people, and how to bridge the gap between the poor and the rich. I give the floor now to Mr. Gerard Arbois, who's an historian and a researcher in a number of centers in France. The floor is yours, sir.
Dr. Gerald.
Dr. Gerard, go ahead, please.
Dr. Gerald, start.
Dr. Gerard, you can start speaking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to thank the organizer for inviting me. You understand me? I am particularly thank Sheikh bin Baya for his initiative for peace in the world. Yeah. But I have started.
نحن نتابعك.
We are following you through the interpreting and we are following you. Go ahead.
استمر لو سمحت.
Please go ahead, Dr. Gerard. We are following. You can start talking.
I also thank the Emirates authorities to support this initiative. I will not talk about economic crisis nor ethics of solidarity, but about cultural common understanding. But I'm talking. And of course, this paper will be an European point of view. Toward COVID and more generally economic crisis since 2008, our world looks like toward COVID and more generally economic crisis since 2008, our world looked like more than Flying Dutchman sailing the ice seas of humanities and discovering the landlocked sea of individualism. In effect, since April 2020, we can show through the media a big run to have masks, to have vaccine, and if possible, pre-order than the other. It seems the saddest part of the international relations since the 9/11. And it's interesting to confront these two events on their cultural basis, because in the meantime, COVID left China to arrive in the world, and in the Mediterranean, the Africa, another crisis was played, and both are dealing with human being. There is books destructions in Africa. There has been statues pulled down in former colonial countries in Europe or in North America. There are also terrorist attacks, and most of theirs, especially in the Western countries, was called terrorism. Both crises threatening humanity, but one is limited in time. It's the COVID, because the solution will be the vaccine. But the other is quite more worrying, because it creates misunderstanding between men, and also because it's reopened questions born between the first Gulf War and the 9/11. As we are not searching a common solution to the COVID, and we have the vaccine, it is also the moment to make cultural diplomacy a chance. All crises known in the Mediterranean are oldest to the COVID one. after the Kuwait was freed, the so-called Arab Street saw only the activity of the West as a Western duplicity, because it's need just a few weeks to free the rich Kuwaiti. But in the meantime, it was 40 years at this period that the poor Palestinian didn't have any solutions. The same accusation of duplicity can see as the roots of the terror new in Europe since 2004. When the so-called Islamic State ran into the Syrian desert in 2014, it was in the name of the revision of the Sykes-Picot Agreement. And when the COVID arrived in Africa, all the terrorist groups said it was a Western invention. It was also said it was a benedicity of God against the Western countries. Each crisis are nested in other. Media, I said press agency or news channel, create a confusion because it creates a problem of understanding between various public opinion. And the main problem is the problem of translation. The translations is the same problem we had for this meeting. When in the European public sphere, the media talks about Islamist, the Arab public sphere understand Islamiyun instead of Takfirin, Rarijit, or Mutatarif. And this is the main root of misunderstanding. And we can show this we can see it easily in the confusion and the cultural crisis created in 2005 and then this year in 2020 in Pakistan, with the same question of Danish and French cartoons. And it results of a manipulation of the Pakistani opinion. To avoid this issue, in November 1995, the European Union initiated the Barcelona process. Among its three main baskets was, I quote, a social, cultural, and human partnership, end of quotation. That remained quite void, except in 1988, the creation of the Fundación Tres Culturas in Andalusia. But it remained quite void because it was the more challenged and ambitious questions. For the 10th anniversary, the French President Chirac said it was an imperative sense of duty to have a result of this third basket. We must understand that this question of cultural diplomacy was a French initiative because France has a long time action in cultural diplomacy. But at this moment, in 2005, it was 4 years after the 9/11. And the object of diplomacy was to avoid a so-called clash of civilization. I know this notion is really to discuss. It was also to promote dialogue between Islam and the Western world. The French wanted to build a way to insert this cultural dialogue into the foreign agenda of France, of course, but also of the European Union at this time. But the problem remained unsolved until today, and the window is still open. Culture in Europe is divided between states and the Council of Europe, because at the beginning of this history, the EU is not a cultural actor. The cultural initiative came from the Council of Europe, but the Council of Europe is an intergovernment organization. So it needs the support of its member states to act. In May 1990, it built the European Center for Global Interdependence and Solidarity. It was torn in the direction of Eastern Europe. It's only after 2011 that democracy, human rights, and especially intercultural dialogue that became a priority for this council. But this intercultural dialogue was only understand that for European youth in direction of youth from the neighboring region. At this moment, in 2011, the Council of Europe, who is not European Union, find a strong competition about this European Union, who became at this moment a cultural actor. In effect, in April 2005, it created the Anna Lindh Foundation based in Alexandria. But it was always a part of the European neighborhood policies, launched in 2004, renewed in 2011, and quite out of order since then. We must understand that the European Union find itself face multiple crises. In 2008, it was an economic one. In 2011, another one. In 2015, it was a terrorist questions, and so on, until the COVID crisis, until today. But we also have to understand that the tools built by the European countries was only tools to integrate the Eastern Europe more than to elaborate a dialogue with the South Mediterranean. That's why in 2006 and in 2008, France decided to launch the process of the Mediterranean Cultural Workshop and then Forum. It was also the moment France launched in Abu Dhabi, the Sorbonne and the Louvre. Those initiatives was only a means to gain influence in the region, and other European countries used their own network.
سيد جيرالد بعد إذنك الوقت انتهى أرجو أن
Dr. Gerard, I apologize, but your time is up, so I would like you to please be brief.
Società Dante Alighieri, and so on and so on. But there were many obstacles to this politics, the European one or the French one. In 2009, the Israeli bombing yeah, okay, no problem. Each war, each terrorism action in the region made an obstacle to the following of diplomacy, the cultural diplomacy. And until today, the recent period avoid men of goodwill. Culture is still understood beyond its simple forms, education or art. All the diplomatic actors played against the European solution, American one and Arab and Islamic one. There is also a problem of financing, a problem of expert, this brilliant professional who use dialogue for the sake of dialogue, and this other theologian of dialogue who are the new opium of the state. I quote Régis Debray. And if cultural diplomacy is not action, it remains a tool to attract and to co-opt rather than coerce, use force, or buy by money. It's the definition of soft power. Since 2008 economic crisis, no new directive were published by the European Union, except the revision of 2011. The recent crisis, economic or sanitarian,
أرجو من
tend to show
السيد
that the
جيرالد
cultural
أن
policy
ينهي
remains
الكلمة.
a state.
I ask you, sir, to conclude your presentation as your time is up.
It is not culture who discuss with them, but men. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gerard, for this important intervention, and it shows that we do have a global cultural crisis, and it has several implications, and one of the implications is that we do not have common understanding of the definitions, and this led to several crises. So maybe one of the important points to raise through this conference is trying to find common grounds and common definitions. Also, it is important to have more cultural dialogue between the South and the North, between the East and the West, and this cultural dialogue may allow us to find solutions for many crises. So now we are moving to topic number 3, which is the importance of the nation state and ways to strengthen its position. We give the floor to Dr. Yasser Qunsoa, Professor of Philosophy in the Faculty of Arts, Tanta University in Egypt. He penned several contributions defending the nation state in the face of the different challenges it is facing. So Dr. Yasser, please, you have the floor. May God's peace be upon you. Your Excellency Abdullah bin Zayed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Your Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, the Chairman of the Forum, and Dr. Muhammad Uthman Al-Khusht, the moderator, ladies and gentlemen, the speakers and the participants. We are all gathered here today, and we are full of hope that this creative initiative is going to be a cornerstone in building human solidarity in our attempt to try and answer the question, what will happen in a world beyond Corona? The question transcends the number of victims or the sacrifices or the human misery, which is renewed on a daily basis. The question is, how present is the nation state in the face of the coming dangers? These are dangers facing sovereignty and citizenship at the same time. Is it possible for the researchers and the academicians to find an answer to this question? The researcher is himself also a citizen, and the citizen is feeling shocked by the current circumstances, by the successive bad news. So can he reassure the citizens within him that there is good news when it comes to an effective rule for the nation state in the face of the coming dangers? Can the citizen then feel reassured that the sovereignty of the state is not affected, irrespective of the sovereignty of the state, whether we are talking here about one of the two theories, the political rights theory or the state authority-based theory? What we are facing now is that we need to clarify some elements, and this is our chance to give the state the opportunity to actually represent the needs and the thoughts and the interests of the citizens in different ways. So the sovereignty needs to be actual steps in order to achieve the citizens' hopes. The important item here is that the state is the right tool to govern the very rich and diverse social relations. We are very much in need of giving the sovereignty of the state its due respect. We have to understand that sovereignty is no longer a representation of an individual power. It is not sovereignty concentrated in the hands of one ruler. We need to understand that sovereignty or power, it appears to be the sovereign. It includes all elements. It gives the state or republic its distinctive character. There are feelings of alienation sometimes within the state, within the country. And the time has come to deal with these feelings of alienation. The citizens may feel abandoned, and they are right to ask the question, are we abandoned by the states? Has the state washed its hands of its responsibilities to its citizens? Has the state given the authority to the market and to companies? If globalization no longer cares for citizens, the state can actually take care of that role. It can build the social networks. It can build the buffers that can help its citizens. The state can still use the media to empower cultures and help citizens to assert their identities. It can stop the increasing tide of monopoly and expose the risks of conflicts of interest and raise awareness of the extent of conversions of national and global policies, provided, of course, that they are balanced and take into consideration sovereignty and national interest. The state needs to invest in the abilities and the capabilities in order to be able to create interaction and solidarity between the different passengers of the ship, whether they are rich or poor. And this leads us to pose the question, is there actually a safe sovereignty? Is it possible to have the sovereign states that are independent states and at the same time create human security? Can a nation state that is sovereign actually achieve the human safety in the context of a more powerful state? So when we talk about sovereignty in its deeper meaning, doesn't it mean freedom from fear? This is an important principle of human security. When we look at the Quran and what God said there, He who fed them and when they were hungry and protected them when they were fearful. So human security, it is no longer a historical formulation of state sovereignty only and its protection from external and internal aggression, but it has become a reciprocal relationship between state sovereignty and security and the security of the individual citizen. And the question is, can we establish a bond between the national sovereignty of each country separately and human security in the comprehensive form, so that sovereignty becomes an affirmation of achieving human security in the individual form, or the security of the citizen in the wider social context? Is the sovereignty of the state then something that means that it is freedom of being threatened and of being a satellite state of a different state? There is no country in the world, there is no state in the world that can actually face dangers on its own. Human security can only happen when it exists in a country with a state of rule of law, where everybody lives peacefully. Human security, it's intertwined with sovereignty. And this is actually a summary of the social contract, and that is making it possible for people to live in peace and security when the state exercises its power and its sovereignty. So through this paper, allow me please to call upon you to consider holding another meeting in which we can discuss the idea of safe sovereignty. So we would like to discuss deepening the sovereignty of the nation state and the ability that this would give the state in order to face external and internal threats. And once more, I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency Abdullah bin Baya for having invited me to participate in this forum. It is great to be with you here. May you remain safe and healthy and effective. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yasser Konsua, for this speech, and thank you very much for abiding by the time allocated to every speaker. And I would like to say the following, that how you approached the nation state is very important. The idea of sovereignty and protecting the state against threats, and how this in turn allows the state to protect its citizens and satisfy their needs. And you also mentioned the social contract. And in this context, I'd like to thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to the following speaker, Mr. Ramesh Siddiqui. He is the author of The True Face of Islam. Ramesh Siddiqui is from India. Welcome, sir. And now I'd like to ask you to please abide by the time allocated to you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this generous introduction. I want to thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya. May Allah protect him and bless him with good health, for honoring me with the opportunity to share my thoughts at the 7th Assembly of Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. I also want to thank the leadership of UAE for their relentless pursuit in establishing a peaceful society. I have been fortunate to witness this august assembly of faith leaders and scholars in person on multiple occasions. And today I have been asked to share my views on the importance of nation state and ways to strengthen its position in the post-pandemic world. So historically, the idea of nation state emerged from the 17th century Treaty of Westphalia. It was conceptualized to be a type of state that conjoined the political entity of a state with the cultural entity of a nation. In other words, a nation state created a territorially bounded sovereign state comprising a community of citizens who identify themselves as a nation. The idea of a state and a nation was reinforced not only through citizenship, but also through mechanisms that fostered national integration and developed and sustained emotional commitment to the homeland. In turn, the government worked towards providing for the welfare of citizens of the state by offering social services like healthcare, education, and other social benefits. The concept of nation state has two parts. First is state, which is deemed as the tangible part of a country consisting of the government and its various institutions like judiciary, parliament, and security forces and others. And second is the nation, which is viewed as the abstract one comprising national identities, common values, feeling of belongingness, and national solidarity. The aspect of nation gives the state its legitimacy, while its state aspect gives a nation its shape. For a nation state to be stable and peaceful, these two aspects must be in harmony. Unfortunately, recent events in history have made the idea of a nation state quite vulnerable. As a result, scholars and intellectuals argue against the ability of nation states to meet these challenges posed on account of societal framework. In my opinion, these challenges broadly fall into two categories. The challenge before a nation state is to manage diversity and the interactions between minority and majority groups. And the second challenge is in terms of global risks posed by various issues where policy making and its stances can render governance of a nation state difficult. In order to manage the first challenge, a nation state must have a diverse society with free-flowing ideas. In order for such a society to flourish, the spirit of peace and tolerance in the society becomes imperative. Unfortunately, it is the extremist elements that threaten peaceful interfaith coexistence and obstruct institutions from maintaining ethnic, religious, and gender diversity through integration, inclusion, and power sharing. In some cases, this issue is further amplified due to creation of a sectarian mindset involving a minority and a majority, which if not tended to carefully can lead to extremism and violence, which has been witnessed in many nations. Referring to the second challenge, it is posed by uncertain risk factors like the recent pandemic. While on one hand, the policy-making stances may provide difficult, but on the other hand, such pandemic also makes borders important once again. The complications arising out of the crisis swung national governments across the globe into action to invoke emergency powers and curtail economic and personal interactions in daily life of their citizens. This is contrary to their supposed role of merely laying out the broad contours of economic and social policy. While nation state is one part of the cog, the significant other part are the citizens and their responsibility towards the state. It devolves on them to remain duty conscious and contributing members of the society. This emphasis of duties rather than rights is also alluded to in the Quran in chapter 16, verse 90, that God commands justice, kindness, and giving their due to near relatives, and he forbids all shameful deeds, injustice, and transgression. In the wake of this pandemic, it is the duty of citizens to engage in reconstruction efforts and to rebuild their society, nation, and the world. While a rights-conscious person looks at others to do it, a duty-conscious person jumps right in and says, I will do it. Such a behavior of I will do it leads to the development of inclusivity and cooperation amongst the citizens of a nation. And this is the bedrock of a nation state or a healthy state. The attitude that can lead to the success of a nation state is when its citizens believe that they are in it together. At this point, it is also important to reflect that the biggest impediments on the path of efforts to build mutual cooperation and harmony is intolerance or disrespect towards each other's belief. As soon as this seeps in, any nation's ability to constructively develop gets jeopardized. A nation can only flourish if it practices the idea of inclusivity. It was this message of unity and oneness that the Prophet of Islam ﷺ imparted in his last sermon at the Hijjat al-Balagh, when he said that all mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab. Neither a non-Arab has any superiority over an Arab. Also, a white has no superiority over a black. Neither a black has any superiority over a white except by piety and good action. So when we look at this prophetic guidance in the present context, it offers us valuable lessons. It highlights that difference is a part of the creation plan of God. Nations must embrace diversity and make way for inclusiveness, because this is the only way that a nation can forge ahead and sustain itself. And secondly, it emphasizes that nations must find a common ground to unite the citizens and work towards strengthening the bond of oneness. Now the question arises that how can nation states play this role? It is a common fact that religions of the world have a binding glue in the form of moral human values. All faiths in the world convey a similar message, and this provides a great starting point. Focusing on these moral values has become all the more relevant in the present context, when there is dire need of establishing cohesive social structures and to come together and establish peace in various ways. Every coin has two sides. The present day pandemic also provides an opportunity to turn the negatives into a positive. The only prerequisite is to change the way we think and the way we lead our lives. Establishing harmony is not the work of the government alone. It is upon individual as well to make an effort to ensure peaceful terms with their neighbors, because that is the starting point. Every individual has something good to offer, and we can learn and enrich ourselves from it. We need to look at diversity as a strength and not as a weakness. We have to accommodate 7 billion people, several faiths, hundreds of languages, and numerous cultures in this one world which God has given us. Today, no one is judging the vaccine by the religion of its manufacturer. Those who discovered the cure did not do it for people of their faith alone, but for humanity at large. And this is our inner strength. We are all one family spread across the face of earth. And COVID-19 has brought this family together. But it should not take a crisis to unite us. Rather, we should foster this feeling and pass it on to the coming generations. We need to choose what we want to leave behind for the coming generations, the detrimental idea of exclusivity or nurturing the idea of inclusivity. This is the thought that I would like to leave all of you with today. If these ideas can be successfully inculcated in citizens of a nation, it will not only strengthen the nation, but will also help in global development. The need is to unite on a common front, join resources, and define a framework for ensuing cooperation between such states. I believe today more than ever, there is a need to bring the Marrakesh Declaration and the Charter of the New Alliance of Virtue amongst the general discourse. With the opening up of discussion on this topic, I am hopeful that such platforms and dialogues will surface which shall promote this cause further. I pray that may God make us patient and forbearing of that which we go through and the challenges which will come our way, for they will only be there to test our will and strengthen our faith. Lastly, I once again want to thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya. May Allah protect him. I also want to commend the entire team of Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies for not letting the COVID-19 pandemic becoming a barrier from holding this blessed gathering. May Allah protect them and their families. With that, I end my words. Thank you.
شكرا السيد راميش صديقي.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Siddiqui from India, for your intervention with the humanist dimension. I would like to say to you, yes, we are all able to contribute positively to humanity. Each individual has their special entity, special addition, just like how we all have special fingerprints. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say I'm very pleased with the diversity in this session. We are from Egypt, from the United States, from Morocco, from France, and from India, and from other countries as well. I hope that we are able to employ the spirit of the ship's passengers in our work and cooperation together. I hope that we are working in the light of this hadith that calls upon all of us to think of ourselves as passengers of one ship that is very diverse, a very diverse ship. Maybe one day we are going to be able to appreciate and value this diversity that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, God is the Lord of the world and is not the Lord of Muslims only. And God is the caretaker of all religions, of all sects, of all groups without discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I greet you all. I seek forgiveness for all of us from God Almighty, and I leave you all in God's hands and peace. We are also very pleased with this diversity, and we value it. I'd like to conclude by thanking Dr. Uthman Al-Khusht for moderating this session. And now I'd like to invite you all to take a break, and we will come back at 9:45 p.m. for our next session. And if you'd like to follow the live sessions, you may do so through the platform.
you, Amani.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نستأنف جلسات اليوم الثاني للملتقى السابع لمنتدى تعزيز السلم، والذي تحت عنوان قيم عالم ما بعد كورونا، التضامن وروح ركاب السفينة. ومع الجلسة السابعة والتي بعنوان جوائح وليست جائحة واحدة، والتي يرأسها سعادة الدكتور ويليام فندلي الأمين العام السابق لمنظمة أديان من أجل السلام، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Well, I heard my name, so I believe that might have been a cue to me. Is that correct? Aza, did I hear that properly? Thank you. Okay, so all of us welcome in these extraordinary times, and how unique to be here together. I'm Bill Vendley. I get the privilege of being our moderator. We're all going to work together at this, so this will be a very easy job for me. Before we begin, I'm going to invite all of us to take 30 seconds, a half a minute or 40 seconds of silence, each of us turning to God, turning to the sacred, turning into the very center of our hearts, that we might work well together today, full of gratitude and seriousness of heart. So let's do that, please. Thank you very much. Trusting in God's mercy, trusting in each other. Let's begin. I'll introduce myself very, very briefly, introduce our groups and our distinguished panelists, offer just a few words on how I suggest we proceed, and we'll simply get underway. This is a very special opportunity for all of us. I'm Bill Vendley. I'm currently the senior advisor for religion at the Fetzer Institute, and I'm also in an honorary position on the World Council of Religions for Peace, an organization that I had the joy of serving for some years. We have a title that makes it clear that we're not simply confronting the COVID pandemic. We know that we have, and we're using this term as a metaphor, we have other pandemics. And the forum very wisely is giving us the space in this session to examine those other pandemics. We through this session can ask ourselves how the COVID pandemic is impacting on these other pandemics, ways that makes those other pandemics worse, ways that potentially could help us to address these other pandemics. We have 4 groups. Some of them are populated with more persons than others, but they're all populated by very distinguished persons. So I want to go through the groups and make very brief introductions of these persons. When you come to speakers, you can always amend or add on anything in terms of your own introduction. I'll keep mine extremely brief. The first of the additional pandemics is grouped under the title Ending War and the Need for Peace. And this enormously significant basket of concerns, one that is so serious for all of us, is being served by Professor Dr. Aza Karam, Dr. Karam is, in addition to being a professor, is the Secretary General of Religions for Peace, a large global multi-religious organization with ending war and building peace as a central concern, not the only concern, but the central concern of that organization. She's joined by Rabbi David Saperstein. Rabbi David Saperstein is an ambassador of the United States of America. He was the ambassador at large for religious freedom. And he has had a lifelong career, much of it as the director of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism. And he now is the director emeritus of that very distinguished institution. Welcome, David. Welcome, of course, Aza. In addition, they are joined by Mr. Joel Brunold. Mr. Brunold is the managing director of the Daniel Abraham Center for Middle East Peace, headquartered his branch in the United States. And he spent, among many other dimensions of service for peace, he spent great energy and with success addressing himself to financing of violence protection. So wide experience, but also creative work to enable this work to go forward. So these three will be helping us in this first big additional pandemic, ending war and the need for peace. I'm going to introduce all of the working groups and all of the parties in the working groups and in this introduction. The second area of pandemic, other than COVID, is the pandemic of poverty, immigration, and racial discrimination. We have a very powerful team that's going to assist us in this pandemic. It is a team of one, and that is His Excellency Adama Dieng. Your Excellency, you are a High Representative for in the United Nations in the area of genocide and atrocity crimes. You have a long career in being a fighter using the justice system, international, to advance justice and the redress of violence and the protection of those who are so vulnerable to it. You can add to my very brief introduction, but so many of us in this forum know you, know your work, and have had the pleasure of working with you and your remarkable leadership and the way you've called us all together again and again. Welcome, Your Excellency. Let me turn to our third group, and that is the group of environment and climate change. We are going to have, yet again, a powerful team, but a team of one. And it is you, Dr. Ruth Valero. You are the Director of Global Advocacy and Influencing at the Tear Fund Development Agency in the UK. But more broadly, you are an environmentalist, you are a Christian theologian, an activist, and an author. And so we're so grateful that you will be assisting all of us as we all consider with you this pandemic of environmental and climate change. And finally, we have a fourth basket that has great global significance. It's the silent pandemic, mental and psychological well-being. And for our distinguished panelists, we have with us Dr. Omar Al-Hamadi. He's the consultant doctor, spokesperson for the UAE government media briefing. And a quick search of your background makes it clear to me that you have been enormously and constructively involved in the COVID pandemic. We're looking forward very much to your reflections. Joining him is Ustada Kola Hassan, an Islamic scholar and consultant for the Islamic Sharia Council in the United Kingdom, but you're also a judge on the Islamic Sharia Council. And a quick look at your background discloses, not surprisingly, a very robust interfaith involvement. So these are our distinguished panelists, presenters. They're going to assist all of us. If I'm not mistaken, the people that are on the screen are the people present in this session. This is a unique chance for us because we'll be able to interact a great deal with these distinguished panelists and invite them to interact with each other. Here's a procedure I would like to recommend to us, that each of the speakers in the larger groups will start with about 7 minutes. If you need a little bit more, you can take it. I'm simply offering this as a guideline to get us started. Speakers in the smaller groups are going to be invited to take much more time because they're not sharing time with multiple speakers. If you need more time, you'll signal to me before you begin your intervention. And otherwise, I may give you about a 1-minute warning. We can be flexible as we work together on this. Now, we'll be going group by group. Let's say once ending war, there's going to be a chat way to communicate to me questions. And those who are sharing the panel not exhaust our conversation. It'll simply begin same approach will happen for every single panel. We'll conclude half of our time left. And that's going to allow us to interact across our panels. And again, that will be very open. We'll try to invite the greatest creativity among ourselves. But as I mentioned earlier, how COVID complicates these additional pandemics, how COVID possibly offers us a way to address these additional pandemics in new and constructive ways will be at least 2 of the questions that we'll be wanting to invite among ourselves. So if that's clear, we'll go directly to what has brought us all together. We're going to go to the very first of the panels, Ending War and the Need for Peace. I'm going to call, we have 2 gentlemen and 1 distinguished woman. And I'm going to ask that we share her presence by asking the men to go first and last. And Rabbi David Saperstein, if I could, I would like to turn to you for your own opening reflections for us on this pandemic of ending war and the need for peace. And Ambassador, I'm going to give you a signal around 6 minutes or so, but you can signal me if you need a little more time, and we'll simply work in a flexible fashion. So David, please, we give you the floor and we welcome you.
It's an honor to be with you. Bill Vendley is really one of the key figures in international efforts on behalf of the religious community to further justice and peace across the globe for many decades. An honor always to be with you, with your successor at Religions for Peace, Azza Karam, and all my distinguished colleagues, and my appreciation to Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya for the extraordinary leadership and teachings that he has given us. In order to meet the time restraint, I'm going to cut down what I was going to say and touch on 3 basic issues briefly. First, one of the value added in thinking about warfare, we all know we want to avoid war, but war is there. And one of religion's great contributions in the history of the world is unjust war theory and putting forward constraints on the use of war, that there has to be just cause for a war to take place, a war declared by competent authority. It has to have the right intentions. It can't be used for political purposes, but only to protect the innocents, defend yourself against attack. Here it has to be a last resort, that all reasonable peaceful alternatives have been pursued before war is undertaken. There has to be a probability of success. And the good of the goal we are fighting for has to be greater than the evil of the war itself. And in fighting the war, there has to be a sense of proportionality of force, that the least force required to achieve the goal is the force that is legitimate, and an absolute commitment to protect civilians. The Jewish tradition added to these norms in Christian just war theory, Catholic just war theory, the idea of, under the Hebrew term Baal Tashchit, it bars waste here, based on Deuteronomy's description that in fighting a war you cannot cut down a fruit-bearing tree. That is greatly expanded to say you must fight war in a way that opens the best chance for civilian life to resume when the war is over, so that the salting of Carthage would have been utterly banned under that kind of rubric. An important addition that we always have value added of religion to the discourse on war and peace. Secondly, from the 50s to the 80s, the religious community played a lead role in confronting the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and now other, I would add to this, other non-conventional weapons, chemical and biological weapons. This pandemic is a vivid reminder of how we are all in this together, how the use of nuclear weapons, the use of biological weapons can so easily cut across borders and simply destroy the world. In the story of Noah, God destroys the world and then promises at the end never to do so again. If the world is to be destroyed, it will be because of what we do. And the two greatest challenges to us are climate change, about which our colleagues will guide us in our thinking about that, but also nuclear weapons and non-conventional weapons. Pope Francis said it is a crime not only to against the dignity of human beings, but against any possible future for our common good. And this has been a long theme. Pope John the 23rd in Pacem in Terris in 63, 64, laid out that there had to be international cooperation to reverse the nuclear arms race towards the elimination of nuclear weapons. The start of a new American administration, there must be work with Russia to extend the START treaty. Russia and China must engage with the US and other nuclear powers here in order to deal with barring the weaponization in outer space, how to deal with cyber capabilities and artificial intelligence in the context of the spread or use of nuclear weapons. We have to slow down things so there is mutual steps to increase decision time. There are crucial steps that have to be taken. The great Samuel Pizar, the eloquent Holocaust survivor, said in his extraordinary speech before the Israeli Knesset at the second gathering of Holocaust survivors, to us, the Holocaust is not only an indelible memory of horror, it is a permanent warning. In the shadow of permanently flaming gas chambers, where Eichmann's reality eclipsed Dante's vision of hell, we have witnessed a pilot project for the destruction of humanity, the death rattle of the entire species on the eve of the atomic age, of thermonuclear proliferation, the final solution. Here, with the authority of the numbers engraved on our arms, we cry out the commandments of 6 million innocent souls and 1.5 million children, of whom I used to be one, never again. From where, if not from us, will come the warning that a new combination of technology and brutality can transform the planet into a crematorium? From where, if not from the bloodiest killing ground of all time, will come the hope that coexistence between so-called hereditary enemies is possible? Germans and Frenchmen, Chinese and Japanese, Americans and Russians, above all, coexistence between Arabs and Jews. I would point out that Samuel Pisar was the late Samuel Pisar was the stepfather of the incoming Secretary of State of the United States, Anthony Blinken, who I think shares many of those values. And finally, in order to prevent war, religious communities have to play a role. And so a message for 1 minute to all the representatives of government here. If we are serious about economic development that will create the kind of stability that can make war less likely, religious communities must be engaged, for they play a central role in education, the provision of healthcare, the feeding of hungry people. And also I would single out the education of girls. We will not have universal education of girls without the stamp of approval and a participation of religious communities. You cannot talk about combating violent extremism or counterterrorism without religion's roles in causing some problems and in addressing and delegitimizing forces that embrace, religious forces that embrace terrorism. You cannot have conflict resolution and stability in our society without the religious community. Religion is the most local way people organize their lives and the most global way that people organize their lives. And you cannot deal with environmental concerns without the religious community. There is so much that needs to be done. Government and religion must be essential partners in achieving that. And then perhaps we can have the day when we will beat our swords into plowshares, our spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, and neither shall they learn war anymore.
So, Ambassador Saperstein, Rabbi Saperstein, thank you very much. Just before we move, after your remarkable opening remarks here, would you reflect with us, and we'll come back to this, but just from your just most immediate reaction, David, where are the biggest threats that you feel we face right now? As a human family, you've got a wide view of the globe, and what worries you deeply and personally as you are preparing to fall asleep and it creeps back into your heart and says, "Oh, this is."
Bill, you and I share this. I think I've named them. I mean, I've been blessed to travel to 80 countries, but if we don't stop climate change now, it can make the earth unlivable. If we do not prevent the proliferation of non-conventional weapons and nuclear weapons, it endangers all of humanity. A nuclear war will devastate the globe. And it's not just the superpowers. It is the proliferation of these weapons to many smaller countries with regional disputes, India and Pakistan being one example. Here, what will North Korea do? What will Iran do in the region? When one country has nuclear weapons, other countries in the regions who are their opponents seek to develop them as well. And someday soon, even most frighteningly, non-conventional weapons, non-state actors are going to get their hands on nuclear weapons, in which case, they can be used. No one knows who does it. It could put the whole world into tumult. Here, and just finally, what I said before, so important to us is universal education here, and ensuring particularly that girls have, Nick Kristof once said, the greatest way to combat terrorism is not through drones dropping missiles, but through girls being educated. And we, the religious community, play such an important role in that. And it opens up so much hope for stability.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for getting us started. To all here, you are invited to use the chat. And if a question occurs, go ahead and place it on the chat. And then in due time, I'll be reviewing those and trying to make sure that your own questions are being brought into our wider discussion. So Ambassador David, thank you very much. Professor Dr. Azza Karam, I had the joy of introducing you. I didn't include in that introduction of you that you and I have worked shoulder to shoulder in very difficult conflict situations in which we actually had the rare privilege of working with the indigenous religious communities and saw them do extraordinary things in the midst of very, very difficult circumstances. So I simply add that as a personal note to the introduction that you've already received. So Dr. Azza, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Venley, and thank you to the Forum for Peace in Muslim Societies, to the distinguished members of this panel. I am deeply honored to be with you here today. Dr. Venley, yours are very big shoes indeed to step into. So I want to make sure to be able to honor a legacy that you left in Religions for Peace by saying a few things that will also very much complement and affirm and perhaps nuance on just one or two things what His Excellency Rabbi David Saperstein has already come forward with. Technically, my presentation starts now. I have 5 points to make and one PowerPoint slide to show at the very, very end. So bear with me for I shall speak fast, but I have sent my point to our. Thank you, Dr. Bentley. So point number one that I wish to share with you, and following right through as a segue from what Rabbi Saperstein has shared, is indeed governments and religions do need to work together for the interest of building peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. However, governments and religions have been working together for some time. I don't think that that is sufficient. What is absolutely necessary is for governments to work with civil society and for civil societies to be a thriving space, which is and requires and necessitates a thriving multi-religious presence and activism. There is indeed, and this is the main feature and function of Religions for Peace, there is today a moral imperative for multi-religious collaboration. Let me say that again. There is today a moral imperative for multi-religious collaboration and service, an imperative that has been supremely highlighted and very much emphasized by the COVID-19 pandemic. There is no longer the issue of religions must be engaged. The question today is, can religions work together to strengthen civil society nationally, regionally, and globally? Rather than have any one religious community or several religious communities playing a very active role, the question is not to increase the strength of any one religious institution or any one set of religious actors. The issue that we absolutely must strive towards for peace, positive peace, for the common good, shared well-being, is that it has to be multi-religious collaboration in service to all communities, with human rights very much at the center and focus, because those human rights arrived as a result of the shared values with all religions, within all faith traditions. Second, indeed, religious engagement is becoming rather topical and fashionable. I speak after nearly 2 decades of serving this mandate in the United Nations system and creating an internal interagency mechanism within the UN to deal with and to appreciate and to be much more learned about religious engagement, and creating an external first ever advisory board, multi-faith advisory board, to advise the UN system. With that experience and that learning, I can share with tremendous certainty that engaging religion, that religious collaboration and working with religion is no longer something we have to argue for, but it is something that we must strive to do from a multi-religious perspective. Otherwise, religions can and do become instrumentalized. Religious institutions can be vulnerable to instrumentalization by specific interests around the world. Point number 3, speaking of peace and working on peace with less than 1/3 of women's presence, voices, and active involvement is insincere, unwise, and quite frankly, harmful. Because if the Lord created both male and female, there must be a reason he didn't create 10 males and 1 female or 10 males and 3 females. He created Adam and Eve. That means that as men and women in positions of authority and influence anywhere, there is an obligation to serve equally all the genders. 4th, that multi-religious collaboration in times of humanitarian crisis is the means of social cohesion and peace building. It isn't a luxury, it is an imperative. Again, an imperative. And that the ultimate test, actually, of any religious actors, whether institutional, individual, or community, the ultimate test of any religious actors' genuine intentions to be inclusive and to build social cohesion and peace is the ability, the willingness to work together across the religious differences and not simply to speak nice to it. My 5th and last point is that in order to demonstrate this commitment, building on 50-year legacy that Religions for Peace has, a good half of which, Dr. Venli, you institutionalized, created, and enabled, that building on this legacy, Religions for Peace set up a service. It is not meant to be owned by Religions for Peace. It is a service to all those who mean to work together for peace, which is entitled the Multi-Religious Humanitarian Fund. This is a service with the intentionality that we understand that the next few years, the pandemic is but the beginning of a series of humanitarian crises our planet will experience as a result of our disdain to date for it. We should be on the ready to anticipate humanitarian crisis. Therefore, multi-religious collaboration in times of humanitarian crisis has to be not only the mantra, but a means, a vehicle for realizing peace in the midst of humanitarian crisis, in spite of humanitarian crises, whether conflicts or natural disasters. Religions for Peace has created this particular mechanism to encourage, to consolidate, to support. I urge you to look at this multi-religious humanitarian fund on the screen with you today. Clear objectives are to provide quick access to funds during humanitarian crisis, to engage a cross-section of local religions in projects, to support and guide the working relationship between different communities, and to help guide the conversation and the actions between religious communities, Religions for Peace, and all other involved organizations, governmental, non-governmental, and intergovernmental. This is the fund today. The next slide, as you will see, shows you well over 100 applications that have been received from around the world. 49 distinct countries have applied in total. Perhaps an anecdote to share with you, even though this is a multi-religious fund, it amazes me how many applications we've received that says, indeed, we are a multi-religious intention, or we have the proposal as a multi-religious, and we've got this church and this church and this church and that church and this church and this church. We're all working together. All the churches are working together. And the key here is not, this is beyond ecumenical. This is multi-religious. And this is an interesting process of understanding that we have to see. As you can see, countries from all over the world have applied, and 20 concrete initiatives have taken place on everything ranging from, if I could see the next slide, please, on everything ranging from direct service, in other words, actual PPE dissemination, delivery of food supplies, creation and delivery of sanitation kits, awareness raising, the key messages that the scientific global community wishes to ensure the religious communities are very much part of and disseminators of, around all the necessary means to stay safe and healthy, training and skills training for those who will then take the messages and the needs to the wider community multi-religiously, as well as psychosocial and spiritual support. This is what Religions for Peace was able to do with very little, but it will build and ensure much. The multi-religious humanitarian funds, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders, is for you to use, to make real, to enable the multi-religious collaboration that any peace requires as an antidote to the fundamentalisms we see, political, economic, and others. It is also the absolutely necessary antidote to any particular religious community emerging as victor and dominator. History is replete with instances where that kind of domination has never led to peace. I leave you with these thoughts, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Azza Karam, Secretary General Azza Karam. You have raised remarkably interesting points. I'd like to, just to keep the ball going, I'd like to ask you a question on at least one of them, and we'll all be coming back as we go through the program. You spoke passionately about the need for interreligious collaboration. It's absolutely essential. You talked about the identity issues, not simply monofaith, but working together. And then you touched on your work in the United Nations, and you had a very extended and very distinguished career in your service in the United Nations. Dr. Azza, I'd like if you could reflect for us on 2 points. Where are the overlaps where there's great synergy, if you will put it that way, in terms of the interests of the religious communities and the public institution of the United Nations? That's maybe a relatively easy question, but where I would, and you mentioned instrumentalization, pardon me, the question that I'm curious about is, what are the plus factors that the religious communities bring to the partnership? Let's presume a robust international system, a vibrant United Nations. What more do the religious communities bring into that partnership that's good, that contributes to the common good?
Can you hear me? Yes. Apologies for that delay. Thank you very much, Dr. Venley, for that excellent question. I gave a presentation, a John Paul II lecture a few weeks ago, looking at precisely where and how the overlap between different religious and faith communities serves the United Nations peace and security and shared well-being agenda. And looked very much, we didn't look much further than the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Charter of the United Nations, wherein it is stated very clearly that what the UN is there to serve is precisely the shared peace and security, and the UN, the United Nations system, not just one UN entity, but the universe of the United Nations system is mandated to work with all governments and other actors in order to help realize this. It's there enshrined in the Statute of the United Nations, universal peace, and what it is and what it means and what the UN is mandated to do. What we have achieved together in 2015, Dr. Venley, as you well know, is something called the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda. This agenda is seminal for so many reasons, of course, replete with blots and ifs and minuses and whatever. No agenda, global agenda, is ever perfect, but it is the first agenda that 193 governments signed on to, that very specifically summarizes the 3 pillars of the United Nations system: human rights, sustainable development, peace and security, into 17 very clearly outlined goals and 169 indicators. So that in case anybody's unsure exactly what this would mean in order to achieve, you have 169 indicators to look at and to realize how you can measure the standard of the work that is being done at the national, at the local, and at the community level. It's extremely well laid out, therefore absolutely amazing that 193 governments, if we were trying to do that today, to come up with the SDGs today, we might have been significantly more challenged. Thank God we have them already with us, and 193 governments have committed to them. That is the common ground, Dr. Venley. That's why when Religions for Peace was planning its next 5-year strategy, it did it with a view to synchronizing and synergizing the impact of the United Nations of Religions, which is Religions for Peace, synchronizing the activities, the intentionality, the concrete advocacy and strategies of this United Nations of Religions with the United Nations stewarded Sustainable Development Goals, so that what the religious institutions and representatives are doing is measured and goes in accordance with what the global agenda of 193 governments are doing. Why are religious communities important? Dr. Venley, you know this better than anyone else. I have summarized it into 6 reasons. Rather than me regurgitating now and taking other people's time, let me just quickly tell you that there is no way that any society beyond Western Europe, which itself needs a little bit of revisionism, but beyond Western Europe, the rest of the world has always maintained a religious identity and coherence and linguistic and cultural affinity. Religion is part of culture for the rest of the world beyond Western Europe. As a result, nothing happens politically, socially, economically, culturally, financially that does not involve the religious actors, institutions, and communities. And nothing happens spiritually without religious faith traditions. So on every level and plane of human existence, whether we speak about public health, which we're now speaking about as a result of the pandemic, we have to understand that 40% of basic healthcare providers, average globally, are faith-based and faith-inspired organizations. How do we think we can serve healthcare if we don't have 40% of those servants and providers of services fully on board? And COVID has forced us now to integrate that infrastructure, to resort to it. In New York and Central Park, we had a key faith-based organization setting up an ICU unit, an intensive care unit. Why? Because all our hospitals in New York City, the financial capital of the world, were not enough to meet the needs. This was not just in New York, this was in Geneva, this was in every capital of the world. Faith-based organizations and commitments are at the front lines and the first responders of all humanitarian crises. They're the original social service providers of what we call today development. We don't exist without them. The challenge now is not that we can finally appreciate them. The challenge now is that they are willing to work together, which they're not. We need to make sure that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, everybody's invited to ask a question on the chat, and we'll try to get to those later. Let's turn now to Mr. Joel Braunhold. Joel, are you here and ready? I don't see. Are you? Yeah.
Hello. My name is Joel Braunhold, and I am the Managing Director of the S. Daniel Abrams Center for Middle East Peace. I want to thank the organizers of this important and vital forum for inviting me to speak and present this video today. I have for over a decade worked in peace building in the Middle East, most recently as the Executive Director of the Alliance for Middle East Peace, a network of over 100 different groups working every day to build peaceful relations between Jews and Arabs, Israelis and Palestinians. In my work, we ensured that on the ground, these various different NGOs could work better together, that we could build their ambition so that they could think not about peace writ small, but about peace writ large. Internationally, we helped grow the resources for these groups, most recently managing to achieve a new international fund for Israeli-Palestinian peace that hopefully will be passing the United States Congress in the coming days, termed the Middle East Partnership Fund for Peace, that will inject millions in new capital to help build bottom-up peace and the peace we all want to see. And with policymakers, we worked in depth to try and help them understand that the role of civil society is not just nice, it's necessary, and how we can have policy steps to empower those looking to build a better future for the next generation. In my work and in the work that all of us are seeking to do as we move out of this pandemic, we learned 3 really important lessons that I want to share with you today. The first, as important as it is to do intra-community work, for Jews to meet Muslims, for Muslims to meet Jews, for Israelis to meet Palestinians, for Palestinians to meet Israelis, it is equally important for those same people who want to reach across to reach within and do inter-work, to work within their own communities, to help explain the work they want to do, to give them more societal capital and legitimacy to be able to reach out. If you detach yourself so far from your community that your community doesn't want anything to do with you, you're no longer doing peacemaking, because you need to have something that fundamentally constantly links you back to the community you come from. The second lesson: as communities come together to work on difficult issues, especially across conflict lines, it's important that there is a benefit that is given to the communities for them coming together. Whether that's higher economic growth, an opportunity to learn a different language, achieve a higher level of sport, get an opportunity to perform with others. The tertiary benefit is important, especially in places where we have intractable conflict. And in doing so, you can help those overcome their initial skepticism by their desire to have the tertiary benefit, and then that locks them into a process and a program where all of the benefits of peace building follow on from that. The last lesson is that it is important that you deal with the alumni of the program that you reach. If you have a program dealing with farmers or educators, children or people playing sport, you can't just churn through new groups every time you restart the program, because in doing so, you don't capture those who have already gone through the program and you don't institutionalize their learning within the program. By working to integrate the alumni into the core of your program, not only do you build a stronger program, but you start having a societal impact outside of your specific program, because you're always building more and more people in order to build the amount to get to a critical mass you need to see. So by working within your community, by offering a tertiary benefit from working with the other, and by integrating alumni into your core of your program, we found that that is a way that you can build sustainable, strong, lasting cross-border or intercommunal.
Oops. Whoops.
Hello, my name is Joel Branold, and I am the Managing Director of the S. Daniel Abrams Center for Middle East Peace. I want to intra-community work for Jews to meet Muslims, for Muslims to meet Jews, for Israelis to meet Palestinians, for Palestinians to meet Israelis. It is equally important for those same people who want to reach across to reach within and do inter-work, to work within their own communities, to help explain the work they want to do, to give them more societal capital and legitimacy to be able to reach out. If you detach yourself so far from your community that your community doesn't want anything to do with you, you're no longer doing peacemaking, because you need to have something that fundamentally constantly links you back to the community you come from. The second lesson: as communities come together to work on difficult issues, especially across conflict lines, it's important that there is a benefit that is given to the communities for them coming together. Whether that's higher economic growth, an opportunity to learn a different language, achieve a higher level of sport, get an opportunity to perform with others. The tertiary benefit is important, especially in places where we have intractable conflict. And in doing so, you can help those overcome their initial skepticism by their desire to have the tertiary benefit, and then that locks them into a process and a program where all of the benefits of peace building follow on from that. The last lesson is that it is important that you deal with the alumni of the program that you reach. If you have a program dealing with farmers or educators, children or people playing sport, you can't just churn through new groups every time you restart the program, because in doing so, you don't capture those who have already gone through the program and you don't institutionalize their learning within the program. By working to integrate the alumni into the core of your program, not only do you build a stronger program, but you start having a societal impact outside of your specific program, because you're always building more and more people in order to build the amount to get to a critical mass you need to see. So by working within your community, by offering a tertiary benefit from working with the other, and by integrating alumni into your core of your program, we found that that is a way that you can build sustainable, strong, lasting cross-border or intercommunal programs from people from different conflict zones. And in doing so, you can continue to build the sort of peace that we all want to see. I wish you luck with the rest of the forum and thank you for this opportunity.
Joel, thank you very, very much for your thoughtful presentation with the 3 key points that you offered us within the community, a tangible benefit for the community and working with the alumni. So that concludes the first of the groups of the pandemic that was titled Ending War and the Need for Peace. We'll proceed now to the second group. It is a very large basket of issues, but it is going to be addressed by a person accustomed to enormous responsibility and doing and addressing that impactfully and effectively. So, Your Excellency Adama Dieng, let us invite you now. Your topic is the pandemics of poverty, immigration, and racial discrimination. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Well, thank you very much, Bill. I'm sorry I could not have the landscape. But at the outset, let me really congratulate the organizers of this 7th Assembly for inviting us to reflect beyond the COVID-19, which they don't see today as the only pandemic we should be fighting against. You yourself, you did make a reference to that. But before I dwell on the substance of my remarks, allow me to celebrate once more the work and the life of the man who has done so much to advance the cause of peace around the world. I'm referring to the distinguished contribution of His Eminence Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah. And I think the work of Sheikh Abdullah will definitely leave an indelible mark in the annals of history. And I cannot but say to my friend and elder brother, Sheikh Abdullah, that he has stood up for and advanced principles and ideals that underpin our common humanity. I may refer certainly among his numerous achievements, the Alliance of Virtue and the Marrakesh Declaration. Whenever I meet leaders around the world, I make reference to these 2 important documents. But I would add to those documents also another important document which was signed in Abu Dhabi. I'm referring to the Human Fraternity document. And as you may know, Secretary General Guterres, and this is the only things I would add to your presentation of my bio, nominated me to sit as a member of the judging committee of the Sheikh Zayed Award of Human Fraternity. And I'm grateful to some of you who have made nomination for this important award. But I would simply say that personally, I come from a continent which recently witnessed the death of hundreds of young people who lost their lives while trying to reach Europe in search for greener pasturage. And the COVID-19 has also shed light on the systemic racism and racial discrimination, as we witnessed with the murder of George Floyd and in other places around the world. It also shed further light on the unacceptable poverty which is spreading day after day. Poverty, as you will all agree, is the point where violations of economic, social, cultural, political, and civil rights converge, and where we can most clearly see these rights' indivisibility and interdependence. Widespread poverty is still a major obstacle to the effective exercise of human rights. Once it weakens democracy and mass participation and makes them more vulnerable. And I always remind leaders that human rights is not simply a word, a concept, a slogan. Human rights is a legal framework. But speaking about COVID, we have determined that the COVID-19 pandemic has had far-reaching impact beyond the public health sphere. It is therefore right for the Forum for Peace to stress that there is not just one pandemic, but there are other pandemics which required the same attention we are paying to COVID-19. And in this regard, my former boss, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, has highlighted in his policy briefs both the socio-economic as well as the human rights implications of this crisis. It is my sincere hope that the outcome of the 7th Assembly will contribute in further encouraging their implementation. And in my previous capacity as Special Advisor on the prevention of genocide, one of the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic that I have witnessed is the alarming surge in hate speech, stigmatization, and discrimination. Individuals belonging to certain racial, national, ethnic, and religious groups, migrants, refugees, and foreigners being blamed and vilified for spreading the virus. So COVID-19 related hate speech has serious implications. It makes those targeted more vulnerable to violence. It exposes them to exclusion, isolation, and stigmatization. It also inhibits them from accessing medical care and other vital services. It may also exacerbate underlying social and economic inequalities, aggravate drivers of violence, and undermine social cohesion. It is crucial, therefore, to ensure that our response to the COVID-19 pandemic be based on inclusion and solidarity rather than division and hate. We should address the needs of those most vulnerable to the pandemic. And the best way is to address the unacceptable poverty, racism, racial discrimination, as well as the persecution of migrants and refugees, which are undermining our humanity. Today, millions of women and men around the world are denied access to health care, education, jobs, and training. They are confined to certain occupations or offered lower pay simply because of their disability, ethnicity, indigenous or tribal status, race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, political or other opinion or other status. The discrimination that certain groups such as women, ethnic or racial minorities, and migrants face in the labor market make them highly vulnerable to exploitation and abuses such as forced labor and human trafficking. Barriers to decent jobs often compel parents belonging to an ethnic minority to resort to the labor of their children to make ends meet. A recently released report of FAO shows, for instance, that food insecurity in Africa has increased over the last year. 73 million people are affected in 36 countries. And according to a new report from UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, published on 3rd December, the COVID-19 health crisis in the least developed countries is expected to push 32 million people into extreme poverty in 2020. In total, there will be 377 million people living in this precariousness in the LDC, the least developed countries. And the poverty rate is expected to jump from 32.5% to 35.7% in 2020, wiping out years of laborious progress. So, referring to the pandemic of discrimination, I should say that through discrimination, although discrimination can have many manifestations, it can and is often subtle and insidious, undermining people's dignity and their future. Discrimination and inequality deprive people of their voice and their ability to fully participate. It stifles opportunities, wasting the human talent needed for economic progress, and underscores social tensions and inequalities. Discrimination is a basis for violence and conflict, unequal access to social economic opportunities, and poverty. With COVID-19, further stigmatization of foreigners is occurring, with the perception that foreigners are responsible for a resurgence of the virus. This is also affecting protection space for refugees and vulnerable migrants, and could lead to stricter encampment, confinement measures, and the increased use of detention, leading to loss of opportunity for economic self-reliance. Competitions for more limited employment opportunities can also fuel xenophobic attitudes, leading to increased discrimination and social exclusion, particularly in areas hosting displaced or migrant populations. It may also lead to the mass expulsions of foreigners, irrespective of their status, links with the country, family, or health situations. Smugglers and human traffickers are capitalizing on opportunities arising from official border closure linked with the COVID. And I would be remiss not to refer again to the cruel killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Rayshard Brooks, which are rooted in systemic and structural racism against people of African descent, given the long history of slavery and manifest repression in contemporary times. And I should say that we see it also, this racism, in the Arab world. And I think this has to be said, particularly in this country, which is known for its spirit of tolerance and which is championing the fight against discrimination. Many voices have condemned these dastardly acts and pervasive roots in racism against people of African descent in the US and elsewhere, but we must get past talking. We must begin to walk the talk. And as I stated, along with my brother and friend Miguel Moratinos, the High Representative of the UN Alliance of Civilization, we are all facing the same enemy, one which is invisible, rapidly advancing, taking lives away and causing havoc indiscriminately. But allowing it to tear apart the fabric of our societies is perhaps one of the most serious upheavals that the COVID-19 pandemic is inflicting upon our world. And as much as the pandemic poses a global threat to peace and security, it also presents an opportunity to demonstrate unity and join hands. And as the pandemic affects everybody, we should all be reminded of our common humanity and that our lives are interconnected and our survival depends on reciprocal support. My dear friends, we must today more than ever spare no efforts so as to silence the guns, as was mentioned by earlier panelists. We must go beyond mere statement about eradicating poverty. And Aza, in her remarkable remarks, made reference to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, because I think it is fundamental that we work towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which provide an excellent framework in this regard, if we really want to reach the societies we want. The size of the challenges we are facing and we will face are no reason to become disheartened. And they are rather, I would say, a reason to be emboldened. And let's hope that this virus would be an eye-opener and that we will revisit our policies to bringing finally the human being at the center. We should, from now and on, match our words with deeds. The COVID-19 has shown that the usual and indeed most popular approach of investing in military capabilities is not enough, and indeed has proved from time and time again that it cannot effectively address this challenge. And I think this is the time to further invest in prevention by supporting the people in the streets who are demanding for more rights, who are claiming to be considered as global citizens. And this is the time to build a strong social movement around the world to encourage a rights approach in the struggle to end poverty, racial discrimination, and forced displacement. And I'm always shocked to see the billions of dollars spent in armament, including among even countries called poor countries. And I think it is time for government to shift their central priority in military investment toward building stronger educational infrastructure for peace, investment towards health facilities, vaccine and medicine at the lowest price so that no one would die because of lack of access to vaccine or any medicine. And I am simply shocked to see today that the whole debate about the vaccine, and we will see who will be the one benefiting first of this vaccine. That will be the rich, that will be the middle class, and what about the poor people? We should not tolerate that. We should make sure that the vaccine is accessible to everyone, including the poorest, including the refugees, the migrant. We need to eradicate poverty and racial discrimination, which are forcing people to leave their countries to survive. And with this, my dear friend, let me simply conclude by sharing with you what I said to the Zaytuna students on the occasion of their graduation ceremony last May, when I say that it is intolerable that at the 21st century, we are still witnessing hundreds of millions of people who don't have access to health. We are seeing millions of people who are dying of hunger. We need to do more for the enjoyment of the right to health. And it was so rewarding to see Cuban doctors traveling all the way from La Habana to expressing solidarity to the people of Italy. We are one world, we are one humanity. And once again, Bill, thank you very much. May I seize this opportunity to congratulate you for your greatest achievement. And I would say that being succeeded by a great woman, my younger sister, Aza Karam, I cannot but say, bravo, Religion for Peace. Religion for Peace is setting the tone. Religion for Peace is giving the example, the power to the woman. And I thank you. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much. And your last comment is celebrated indeed. So thank you very much. Your Excellency, you've addressed this pandemic of stigmatization, of rejection, of oppression, of vulnerability, and those who have been with you have witnessed your passion, and that this demands structural legal redress. But even before that happens, you have witnessed for us, but I think it's perhaps powerful for the religious communities, that standing with these people, standing beside them, granting them their humanity by our presence with them is a first step. It's not the fully sufficient step for legal redress and full equality, but it strikes me that your example is of the early steps, which are linked to the ideal steps, are something that all of us can do, and the religious communities are uniquely equipped to do, to embrace the humanity of those who are often rendered invisible to us, or if not invisible, they are rendered visible by being hated and being rejected. And so the passion that you have advanced in multiple modes suggests that the religious communities can be enormously powerful partners in terms of honoring the humanity, coming to the relief, and advocating for the legal redress that is so required and has always been an inclusive approach on your side. So thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, my dear friend Bill.
So again, I invite all to put a question into the chat, and we'll be able to come back as once we've rounded the bases of all of the groups. Let's turn now to this pandemic of environmental vulnerability and of climate change. Dr. Ruth Valerio, we want to turn to you. The floor is yours. We know that you have something to show us, we think, but then we look forward to your full presentation. So welcome indeed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it's such a great privilege to be with you this evening, or whatever time of the day it is, depending on where you're watching this from. It's just great to be given this opportunity to address you. And I want to echo the many thanks and respects that have been paid to Sheikh bin Bayer. To Your Excellency, thank you for the tireless work that you have done in promoting peace between the faiths. It's an honour for me to be here with you and with the other esteemed panellists and to meet you in this way. I want to start with the assumption that we all recognise the very serious nature of climate change. We are in a climate emergency that is devastating the lives of millions of people and is creating chaos in the wider natural world. I'm not going to spend time looking at the details of that because I want to assume that you know that already. And if we didn't know that already, then the pandemic has served to highlight that. We know that, as hard as it might be to hear, the pandemic is not a natural disaster like an earthquake. The pandemic is our fault. The pandemic is a result of human behaviour, and we are the only ones to blame for the situation that we find ourselves in. We know that the pandemic has come about, as have other diseases such as SARS and Ebola. We know that it has come about because of our broken relationship with the wider natural world. What I'm here this evening to say, I just want to make one key and very simple point, and others have made it already in their own fields, but it is to state that it will be impossible for the world to tackle our climate and environmental crisis if faith groups aren't engaged and working positively together on it. Why? Well, we've heard already because of our numbers, if nothing else. Around 80% of the world's population adheres to one of the 5 major faiths, and a third of the world's population adheres to the Christian faith. I spend a lot of my time speaking and teaching within Christian churches, both in the UK where I live and all around the world. And I often see the church as being like a sleeping giant. If we could just wake up and get out of bed and take action, we could see change. And of course, that's not only for the Christian church, that is for all our faiths together. Together, we have the potential to be a major movement for action, for positive action on climate and the environment. We could mobilize together to push the world's governments to make meaningful commitments and to take significant steps. We could see real change. We have influence. Faith leaders are influential. They're often highly trusted. They can access hard to reach communities that government officials aren't always able to access. Faith leaders often hold long-term leadership positions and have trust and respect in their communities. In many communities, it's the faith leaders who are most embedded, who are the most respected individuals. We all here are faith leaders in one way or another, and we are uniquely placed to be able to support and to motivate communities all around the world. We can help our members take actions, both individually and also holding governments to account. And not only faith leaders, but all of us as members of the different faith traditions, together we can act in boldness and call for faster and more ambitious action by governments and businesses, call them to take action faster than they currently are. And we know that it is our faith that motivates us and provides the foundation for our lives. So we need to find ways to let those faith traditions speak into our lives and to motivate us. When I think of Islam, I think of the teachings that we are custodians of the earth. There's an obligation to the earth that's right at the heart there of the Muslim teachings. There is a reoccurring theme of balance and of restoring balance to the earth through our actions. And the Islamic faith teaches us to walk gently on the earth. When I think of Christianity, built of course on those strong Jewish roots, we believe together that God made this world and he loves it. For me, coming from my Christian faith, we're currently in the season of Advent as we look towards Christmas and an understanding of the incarnation, that scandalous view that God entered into his creation and became a part of it. That is an absolute affirmation of the wider natural world. It's not a faith that teaches that this world is to be discarded and thrown away while we get whisked off to heaven. This faith is very thoroughly rooted in the wider natural world. Both the Christian and the Jewish faith are very clear about sin, that this world has gone wrong because of us. And therefore we have a responsibility to be working to put it to rights. And then the Christian faith also looks forward to the renewal of all things. Christians believe that Jesus died on the cross not only to reconcile people to God, but to bring freedom and peace to the whole creation. And we rest on that, the very physical nature of the Jewish faith in that. There is so much that we hold in common. I was privileged recently to interview Christiana Figueras, who a number of you will know, who was one of the key architects of the Paris Climate Agreement. And she said to me, without the spiritual communities, there would be no Paris Agreement. We play such a part in bringing about that historic agreement, which was wonderful, but there is so much more we need to do. And I want to call on us. We need to wake up our faiths. We need to wake up. We need to rouse the sleeping giant when it comes to faith action on climate change and environmental breakdown. As I speak around the world, I see different things starting to happen. I see the giant beginning to wake up, but there is so much more that we can and should be doing. I do see some positive things in Nigeria. I think of work that we've been supporting in Tear Fund, thinking around the concept as we emerge from the pandemic of a world rebooted. What does it mean after COVID-19 to reboot our world? Or how can we use this pandemic to reboot our world onto an economic system that is more socially just and environmentally fair? And we've been supporting work in Nigeria around Nigeria Reboot, working with policymakers and journalists and other people, putting together a series of papers thinking about what Nigeria could look like. In Ethiopia, we've been working with the Carla Hayward Church in southern Ethiopia, helping communities respond to climate change through teaching new farming techniques, a project that will benefit around 80,000 people. In the UK, I've been involved in starting up something called Eco Church, which is a scheme that now has over 3,000 churches involved with it. So there are signs, there are shoots of hope, but we need together as faiths to be doing so much more. So I just want to finish before I show a video with a reminder of where I started, to say that it will be impossible for the world to tackle the climate crisis if faith groups aren't engaged and working positively on it. people of all faiths can act in boldness to take actions, both individually and also holding governments to account. And I want to show a video of some of the work that we're doing to stimulate some of that faith action around holding governments to account. So just give me a moment while I work out how to share my screen and get that going. Nearly there. Right, I think we should be there. Oh, hold on. Right, I hope that's working. Can you hear me if I'm speaking?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
For me, addressing climate change is how are we going to protect the most vulnerable? We have the moral responsibility to do everything to put us on track to a maximum temperature of 1.5.
Life is very challenging here. It hasn't rained for 6 months, and I don't know when it will rain next.
For many people around the world, the impact of climate change is devastating. In the north of Ethiopia, they used to expect rain up to 4 months a year, but now it rarely comes. People don't have enough water to survive.
We have no food and are dependent on our livestock for our livelihood. Whenever there is no rainfall, our animals die as there is no grass or water. When it rains, I only need to walk 5 minutes to collect water, but these water sources are now dry. Every night, I walk for 10 hours to collect water from a lake. The length of the dry season is increasing. I worry about my children and my family. I feel worried whenever I think about the future.
We are on course for global temperature rises that will put millions of lives at risk as extreme weather events such as droughts become more frequent, and it's the poorest who are hit the hardest. But we are at a turning point. Decisions are being made now about how we build back from coronavirus that will shape our economy, society, and climate for decades to come. As Christians, we have a vital role as we pray, speak out for change, and love our neighbours across the world through how we live. You can help turn the tide on climate change and build a better world for us all, including people like Orbisa.
We have a huge potential that has not been unleashed yet. We are facing a world that is forever changed, but that we have the capacity to build much better living conditions for our children, and their children, if we only set our mind to it.
Together, let's call on the UK government to lead the world towards a greener, fairer future. Add your voice to our petition today. Now is the time to unite in prayer and action to see a breakthrough in the climate crisis.
So I hope that is just a helpful example to show some of the things by which we're trying to wake up the sleeping giant. And Bill, let me hand back to you. Thank you.
Well, Ruth, thank you for a very helpful presentation. And the way you offered this allows us to understand that what you're presenting in terms of your own faith is true for all of our faiths, for every single one of our faiths. And as speaker after speaker has mentioned this afternoon or today in different times, that working together and working within our respective religious communities are anything but opposed in fact, go together. And the working together depends on each of our religious communities becoming awakened to its own inner possibilities. So your own work there is just magnificent and illustrates for all of us what each faith tradition is summoned to do by today's challenge, as you set it out, and then that we find ourselves in our particularities as partners. So thank you very much, Ruth, for your leadership and your commitment. Let's turn now to yet another silent pandemic, one that perhaps is accompanying all of the pandemics that we've been speaking about, and very particularly accompanying the COVID pandemic. It's the pandemic of mental anguish, the one that is positively noted as psychological well-being, but is experienced all too often as threats to our well-being. We have two wonderful speakers to help us reflect on this. We'll turn to Dr. Omar Al-Hamadi. First, Dr. Al-Hamadi, let us offer you the floor. Grateful for the work that you've been leading in your own state in this regard. So Dr. Al-Hamadi, welcome indeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. William Findlay, for your warm welcome. I'm just going to proceed with my word in Arabic, and I hope the translation will go live while I'm talking.
Okay.
في البداية أحب
At the
أرحب
outset, I would like to welcome you all. I would like to thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, His Excellency Abdullah bin Baya, and the Excellencies and Eminences and Beatitudes who are with us here today, and all participants. I would like to say peace be upon you. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the floor and for giving me the opportunity to talk about this important topic, which is the mental and psychological health and well-being during this pandemic. Starting January 2020, the state of emergency was declared in many parts of the world, as more than 67 people have contracted the disease, and more than 1.5 million died as a result. We have seen a lot of changes in different parts of our life, economic, social, etc. And with this pandemic, other pandemics took place in our lives. And one of the most important pandemics is the psychological one, which resulted from the fear of this new and unknown enemy. So if you can imagine somebody who was born in 1920 and died in 2018, then he will not have witnessed any pandemic in his long life. So pandemics are not widely spread. They happen every century or half a century. And now we have a period pre-corona and a post-corona period. And I think we need to work on our skills and our knowledge based on this distinction. If we want to look at this crisis in a more detailed manner, then we will see that there were, of course, the economic aspects of it, there were political aspects of it, and of course, there are the psychological aspects of it. And those who contracted the disease maybe had physical symptoms like headaches and insomnia, etc. There are those who felt that they had low morale, they abandoned their religious practices, and there are those who felt angry or felt fearful. And the WHO had survey that showed that 93% in 93% of the countries of the world, there was a total paralysis of health services, even though these services are quite important. And I'm talking here about the psychological health services. The people who needed the help could not get it. And many countries, maybe 70% of them, started operating remote programs to help people who need psychological help. And this showed that maybe more than 80% of the countries with high income started having such programs. And there are three axes that I would like to talk about, which are the psychological harms that resulted from the pandemic, and also the negative news and how this had an impact on people, and also the stigma.
Let me just check if there is to be translation.
Sure.
You're currently not being translated, and I'm only interrupting very briefly simply to ask the question to the organizers, is there translation coming? I only do that because I know everyone would want to hear your intervention. So if there's clarity on that from somebody who is an interpreter or staff, kindly inform us. And then
hello, Dr. Findley. This is Maha from the interpreting team. And yes, there is interpreting. What you need to do is to click on the globe icon that has interpretation on it at the bottom of the Zoom screen, and then select English. And I have been interpreting from the beginning of the speech.
So thank you very much. And Dr. Ahmadi, I deeply apologize. Maybe it was just me, but perhaps others didn't know that as well, and they can be guided.
I didn't hear it also, so I don't blame you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to interrupt you. Please continue.
Okay, sure. So, okay. فأنا كنت أتكلم عن المحاور الثلاث اللي
I was talking about the three axes that I wanted to look into, which are the psychological impact, the impact of bad news, and also the stigma. I'll start with the psychological impact and the harm. As you know, there was increase in the levels of suicide and burnout and anxiety, depression. So there is expectations that more and more students are going to be suffering from such problems because of the lockdown and because they cannot go to school. Also, this can increase because of cases of sexual harassment or violence in domestic violence. And there was a study that was conducted in the Emirates, in the University of the Emirates and University of Sharjah, where we looked at the impact of corona on the psychological health in the Middle East and North Africa countries, including the Emirates. And we could see that maybe 30% of the participants felt anxiety, and this differed then in its degree. It could be mild or extreme. And this is something that many people in other countries experienced. And about 40% of the participants in this study said that they started to give more attention or to pay more attention to their mental health. And of course, all of us may have issues that then get triggered by such a situation of a pandemic. Many people think that the pandemic gave an opportunity for the members of the one family to rediscover one another, to get to know one another better. However, there is also fear that there is an increase in domestic violence and sexual harassment in the rates of suicide and depression, especially because people fear that unknown destiny. on the other axis, the bad news or the fake news and how this is connected with the contracting coronavirus. As you know, our mental health can be impacted by external elements. The five senses have an impact on our brain. And of course, bad news or rumors or fake news may also lead us to contract corona or become more susceptible to contracting corona. So problems like constant worry and anxiety and depression, etc., all this puts a pressure on us. And if this happens on a long term, this makes us more susceptible to contract viruses, and it may also lead our bodies to produce less antibodies when they receive a vaccination against viruses. So when we look at people who have chronic psychological problems, they may have higher levels of cortisol, and this leads their immunity system to become exhausted, and then it will not be able to produce enough antibodies when needed. So these psychological pressures also decreases the number of lymphatic cells, and this makes us more susceptible to catching colds or viruses in general. And if this persists, then we may be susceptible to coronary diseases, ulcers, tumors, etc. And the last point I want to talk about is the stigma of catching corona. The researchers said that those who catch corona or got the virus may become stigmatized as a result. Nobody chooses to become sick. However, if you contract this virus, you may become stigmatized. And this stigma basically is the rejection, a social rejection of those who suffer from a particular disease. The same happened, for instance, for lepers and for people who had other diseases. And spreading stereotypes about the COVID patients does not help, because people may fear being stigmatized, may fear for their reputation, so then they would hide the fact that they are sick. And of course, this will mean that they are spreading the disease in their circles. And there were people who had the corona, but then they avoided going to get or to seek medical attention because they did not want to be stigmatized. With regard to solutions and recommendations, I'm going to try to be brief about this. We need to think of our mental health. We need to start working on protecting it. We need to avoid being exposed to fake news. We all may hear the same piece of news, however, our reactions would differ. So we also have to spread the correct information about this disease and raise awareness about it. And of course, this is the role of the media, the scholars, the preachers. And I would like to invite you all to look at the experience of the Emirates here. We used social media in a very good way in order to make sure that there is contact between the service providers and those who need the service during the pandemic. And those who needed help, psychological help, they could get it through social media and through artificial intelligence.
That will be my last minute. أيضا أطلقت وزارة التنمية.
Also, the Ministry of Development launched an initiative that aims to reach the elderly, to try and help them. And maybe this also helped to support those who needed psychological support. And in conclusion, I would like to say that humanity has been through different attacks of viruses, and human beings usually came out victorious despite the very heavy tolls in some cases. So I hope that we will come out victorious of this pandemic as well. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar Al-Hamadi, and thank you for allowing me to give you a 1-minute signal. I wanted to, what you were sharing was so important, but because of time, I wanted to protect our dear sister who's coming next, that she would get a full 10 minutes. So your graciousness is deeply appreciated, Dr. Al-Hamadi, and thank you for your very important presentation. So we turn, because of time, quickly to you, Madam Kola Hassan, Islamic scholar, consultant, Islamic Sharia Council in the UK, and a real pioneer in interfaith work. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vendley, for your kind introduction. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, wa salatu wa salam ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. My thanks to the Forum for Promoting Peace, to His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, Hafizahullah, to my friends, my teachers, and to all the organizers making this virtual conference such a success. COVID-19 continues to cause pain and suffering throughout the world. It neither differentiates between the rich and the poor, nor the powerful and the weak, nor the healthy and the sick. It spread like wildfire across the globe during the beginning of 2020 and still leaves pain, sickness, and death in its wake. Apart from the immediate issues of sickness and medical care that the world is grappling with, the fierceness of the virus has led to mandatory lockdowns by countries trying to slow its spread. And the impact on economies, on employment, on family relations, and mental health has been huge. And it may take years before we are fully aware of the damage that has been wreaked. Let us look at unemployment due to businesses closing down during lockdown. A quarter, for example, in the UK, a quarter of UK businesses have closed permanently or temporarily, leaving major city centres looking like ghost towns for many months. People claiming financial benefits from the government due to unemployment have risen by 126% in a few months. Now, the UK government has offered huge financial aid packages, but the impact of unemployment is more than financial. Unemployment impacts mental health, physical health, family relationships, life satisfaction, and personal happiness. University research has shown that unemployment often impacts the family and leaves people as they would after a divorce or a widowhood. Men are often impacted more than women after unemployment. Research after the Great Depression of the 1930s found that suicide rates and mortality almost doubled among men who were continuously unemployed for 5 years. This may be because men still see themselves as breadwinners and feel a sense of failure and helplessness when they cannot work. Domestic abuse has also seen an increase. Domestic abuse can be physical, economic, verbal. It is prevalent across the world. According to the World Health Organization, 1 out of 3 women will experience some form of physical or sexual violence in their lives, making domestic violence the most prevalent but least reported human rights abuse. Countries across the globe have seen a dangerous escalation in domestic and gender-based violence, in which women are generally the victims. Lockdown and financial worries help aggravate pre-existing violent and controlling behavior from abusive partners. Many women and children will be stranded in their homes and cut off from support networks. In China, the number of domestic violence cases reported to the police during the lockdown of February 2020 tripled in comparison to the previous year. One charity in California told the story of one woman who was self-isolating as she had asthma. Her abusive partner tried to strangle her, leaving her with serious injuries. And the lady refused to go to hospital because she was terrified of catching COVID-19. In fact, the Forum for Promoting Peace and other British partners held a fascinating webinar on domestic violence during the early months of the pandemic, which I think is available on Facebook. The discussion was brutally honest and required serious soul searching about the prevalence of a machismo, rape culture, and victim blaming culture across many societies. But there are other issues: the sexual abuse of maids, of women, of girls in schools and university campuses, forced marriage of young girls. They all need to be explored further and exposed. In fact, there are studies emerging that forced marriage of little girls have seen an increase during the pandemic as poor parents have tried to reduce the financial burden. And until women are seen as equal and valuable members of all societies, these abuses will continue. Other surveys conducted in the United Kingdom, for example, have found that feelings of loneliness among people have increased from 10% to 24% among adults. Short-term loneliness is common, not necessarily harmful, but long-term loneliness can cause depression, anxiety, and increased levels of stress. Health psychologists have described the international lockdowns and quarantines as the largest psychological experiment in world history. They give the example of France, which instituted a system of psychological field hospitals alongside medical units after a terrorist attack or disaster. People who did not show symptoms of physical injury would then be transferred to the psychological unit to check for signs of post-traumatic syndromes. Arguably, the invisible psychological trauma can sometimes take longer to heal than physical wounds. Studies of long-term effects of SARS quarantine among healthcare workers found that there was a long-term risk of alcohol abuse, self-medication, and avoidance behavior. That is, the hospital workers avoided sometimes close contact with patients by simply not turning up for hospital shifts. 10% of hospital staff reported highly depressed symptoms up to 3 years after being quarantined. And the reasons for this stress included the risk of infection, the fear of becoming sick, the fear of losing loved ones, and worries about finances in the future. International studies and research are very much in their infancy at the moment, but they show that children have been affected in many ways, especially by the loss of everyday structure and routine in their lives. They may feel a sense of isolation from school, from friends, from teachers, from grandparents, from other support structures. They may have anxiety about a virus that is so different from any other illness that they may have encountered in their lives. They may feel a sense of uncertainty about the future, fear of their own parents dying, fear of catching the virus themselves, concerns about exam results, the negative impact on their studies. Studies are advising that international disasters are a form of trauma, and that children living through COVID-19 should be considered at an elevated risk of developing post-traumatic stress disorders. Families have also been torn apart by lockdowns, by quarantine, by travel restrictions. One doctor tells a story of an Algerian man who is a chef in London and had a thriving business before COVID. His wife and children were visiting Algeria when the UK lockdown stopped all travel. His restaurant closed, he became unemployed, his family could not travel home, they needed money for their daily needs in Algeria, he had no money for them, he was lonely, there was nothing he could do, he became stressed, anxious, unable to sleep, unable to eat. Patients report difficulties in sleep, loss of appetite, loss of pleasure in doing everyday things, low mood, anger, irritability, difficulty in concentration. Obviously, a global pandemic will affect all our moods and sense of well-being. So some levels of anxiety are to be expected. We all deal with difficult times in different ways. Despite being a wealthy country, the UK has seen a rise in food poverty as parents have lost work and have struggled to feed themselves and their children. The government offered a furlough scheme for people who lost their jobs, as well as grants for frontline charities, but this financial insecurity and food poverty has persisted. I would like to end, if I may, with some positive stories. In spite of the stories of hardship and suffering, the human spirit is resilient and can show incredible ability for love and compassion during difficult times. The British National Health Service, one of the greatest icons of Britain, I think, was very concerned about loneliness, especially among the elderly and those self-isolating during the first mandatory lockdown. So it sent out a call for volunteers, people to just come and help to deliver medicines, take their own cars, take patients to hospital or bring patients back from hospital who didn't have COVID, other illnesses, make regular phone calls to people who were self-isolating, to transport medical equipment for the NHS, And they hoped that about 250,000 volunteers would sign up for the scheme, but in only 4 days, 750,000 volunteers had signed up, more than 3 times the number expected. Many restaurants and cafes were closed during the 2 lockdowns in the UK, and many chefs and restaurants still continued to cook hot meals in huge portions, and they made food parcels for the poor, for the vulnerable, for the elderly. One lady who's the owner of a restaurant that was closed during the lockdown cooked daily and delivered more than 60,000 meals to local hospitals and hospital staff for free. Marcus Rashford is a young black 23-year-old footballer who plays for Manchester United. He himself comes from a poor background and was aware of the pain of food poverty among the poorer communities in the UK and the impact on children. The United Kingdom government gives children free food and free school meals during school hours if they come from poor households. And Marcus wanted this scheme to be extended during the lockdown and during the long summer holiday of 2020, so the children would not go hungry. His campaign was incredibly successful and even forced the United Kingdom government to set up and take notice. But I'd like to finish with a story of Captain Tom Moore, who is an elderly British Army veteran. And during the lockdown, he reached his 100-year birthday, and he decided to celebrate by walking 100 laps of his garden, very, very slowly. He's very elderly and walks with a Zimmer frame to mark his special birthday. And this was for charity. His target was to raise £1,000 for charity. But his determination, his stoicism, in these difficult times, captured the imagination of the British people. And he raised £1 million in a very short space of time. And he just felt, well, he had to continue walking. So he continued to walk laps up and down in his garden, no matter what the weather. And the public continued to donate. And in the end, he raised £33 million for healthcare charities and was awarded a knighthood by the Queen. Thank you so much.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Kulasan, so much, and for ending the way you did. To both you and Dr. Al-Hamadi in this session, thank you both for lifting up this very deep human dimension that we're all going through and can relate with so profoundly. I think we have to end on time. There's 1 minute. If somebody who has not spoken would like to take 1 minute, I could grant that, and then we'd be able to conclude with me giving just a word of thanks on time. Is there anybody that would wish that? If they would, I would call upon them. If not, then it's my very, very happy duty to, first of all, thank all of the participants, everybody that has been participating, and then to thank our speakers, each of you, helping all of us as we all labor together to make our way through this pandemic and dealing with the other big pandemics. It goes without saying, everybody's mentioned it, I echo it, our thanks, but our love really for Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyah, and our admiration and gratitude for the United Arab Emirates and her people that would host us in these magnificent, meaningful forums, and in this year with all the special meaning that comes to it for all of us. I'll end with just a little coda of what our speakers have shared with us. There is a consistent theme, a consistent consensus among everyone who has spoken, that our multi-religious work is vital, that it is effective, and that it is efficient. And that bears out in every bit of my experience and yours. But there's another mystery afoot, and it was going on with us this afternoon. We are being transformed as we collaborate one with each other. I took a little survey of religious leaders in 90 countries when I was working in Religions for Peace, asking them to reflect on what had changed since they had begun collaborating. They could all mark the time before they had collaborated, and now they were collaborating. What changed? And there was a trend line of four trend lines that were steep, manifest, similar across all religions and across all geographic regions. Number one, everybody admitted that their image of the other was profoundly changed. They could no longer, they were so candid. They had little shadows, little anxieties about the people they didn't know. But having collaborated, they all acknowledged that their image of the other was irrevocably changed. Number two, everyone across all the religions, and there were hundreds and hundreds of people being surveyed, acknowledged that they would never not want to collaborate. Don't put me back in a silo. I want to embrace collaboration with other men and women of goodwill. Third, again, it was across all of our religions. Everyone confessed to falling more in love with their own religion. It was as if the other had opened them to hidden dimensions of the beauty of their own faith. They, falling in love with their own religion, gave them the eye of love. And forth with that eye of love, they could see each other in love, and they could see each other as bearing the very beauties that their own religion taught them about for the human family. So simultaneously, we are in solidarity for efficient and effective work, but at the same time, we are being transformed as men and women of faith, perhaps falling more in love with our own faith, and through the eye of that love, seeing the beauty of one another. So that's been, I think, the twofold odyssey that we're all on. And with that, let us express in our hearts gratitude for one another, for the forum, for our beloved Sheikh, our beloved hosts, the beautiful people of the United Arab Emirates, and continue the work together in solidarity. Thanks to each of you. Bye-bye. We're on time.
أشكر سعادة السفير ويليام فندلي الأمين العام
I would like to thank you, sir, for concluding this session and for your unique facilitation of this session. Not one pandemic, many pandemics. Now I'd like to bring this day to a conclusion, and I pray to God that peace and tranquility will last in the Emirates and around the world, and United Arab Emirates remain a beacon of hope and tolerance. And we hope this forum will continue to be held every year. I invite you tomorrow to join us at 3 p.m. for our third and final day in this forum. Thank you very much, everyone, and may God's peace and blessings be with you.
Thank you all. Good night. Goodbye.
Bye-bye all.
Have a good night.